other revenues today in terms of making any projections, the need to bring anybody else back at a future date, or whatever else the committee might need.
And question for you, so the presentation today, the numbers that she's giving us, are you going to have populated in that spreadsheet?
No,
some point?
no,
No.
not today.
Not
It will be at a future date. So
Excellent.
everything's moving quickly for the department as well as our office. So I didn't have an opportunity to get it into the worksheet for today.
But we don't, yeah, the whole point is we don't have to take notes and enter it into a spreadsheet ourselves.
Nope. You can only, I mean, I'll give you the worksheet if you want it, if you want to take notes, but you're going to get a new one that's going to have the DRA ranges on it. You're going to have the worksheet from DRA today that you may want to, make some notes. But yeah, I think you should be fine listening today when she's speaking.
Good.
And then, addressing the questions to her that you have as it relates to the various revenues.
Excellent.
But I think we're trying to
Commissioner,
make it
welcome.
very straightforward for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Lindsay Stepp, Commissioner, New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administration. Hopefully you're not tired of seeing me yet.
No, we really have been looking forward to this actually, because you're the nuts and bolts of what we do. So.
All right, so what you should have in front of you, as Chris mentioned, is a 10-page document that I will go through with you this morning. When we are assisting the committees with and the LBA with producing the revenue estimates, as I've mentioned previously, we determine the base, which in this case will be fiscal year 2023, and then we look at growth rates, year-over-year growth rates for 24 and 25. So we'll talk numbers for 23, and then we'll talk growth rates for 24 and 25. I've tried to keep it as simple as possible. To be determined if I was successful, but we will, we'll spend as much time as you all need and get you as much information as you require to get through this process. So starting on page 1, we have developed fiscal year 23 through 25 revenue estimate ranges for the major taxes that DRA administers. So that's the business taxes, the meals and rentals tax, tobacco tax, interest and dividends tax, communication services tax, real estate transfer tax, and utility property tax. The estimates were calculated by adjusting fiscal year 23 revenue based on currently available data through January, expected monthly revenues, and considering the impacts of tax law changes. Lastly, as you can guess, these estimates are subject to change. We will update them each month when the final revenue for the month is determined. And I'd also say these estimates are probably wrong. They're estimates, but we do our best to make them as accurate as possible. So when we're determining fiscal year 23, the range that we use for the base, we do that based on 5 different scenarios that you'll see on page 1. So the first scenario is plan, if revenue was just equal to plan. The second scenario takes actual year-to-date revenue through January, the first 7 months, and assumes plan revenue for the last 5 months of 23, based on the General and Education Trust Fund plan that the Department of Administrative Services produces. The third scenario takes actual revenue for the first 7 months, and we look at what our percent difference from plan has been year to date, and we assume that that percentage difference will maintain for the last 5 months. So if we're currently 20% ahead of plan, we assume that we'll remain 20% ahead of plan for the remaining 5 months. The fourth scenario takes actual revenue for the first 7 months of 23 and looks at the percentage difference compared to prior year. So if we're 15% ahead of prior year, we assume we will remain 15% ahead of prior year for the remaining 5 months. And then the last scenario takes revenue to date for the first 7 months and looks at what revenue for the last 5 months was in the immediate prior year. So in this case, in fiscal 22, and we just add that to the revenue that we've received to date. We take these 5 scenarios, and that's what we use to determine the ranges for 23. We run all of the scenarios, but we're only going to present to you those that we feel are actually likely. So, for instance, with business taxes, we are significantly ahead of plan. So the first scenario of just revenue equaling plan is very unlikely. So we're not even going to give that to you as an option. We ran the scenario, we know what it looks like, but it's just not realistic. So we basically take those 5 scenarios and say, okay, based on what we know, what do we feel like are likely high and low ranges for what we'll see for 23? What we'll do in this presentation is we'll just go tax by tax. We will talk about the factors that we're looking at or that we considered as part of determining the ranges for 23, and then the factors that we use to determine the ranges for 24 and 25. Any questions on these scenarios that we use to develop 23?
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether in a year like we've got now, if it would actually make a difference or be useful if we also looked at the actual revenue of 7 months of and the percentage above prior year from the last 3 months only, because things seem to be slowing down.
So if we did the first 7 months year to date and we applied the percent versus prior year for the last 3 months, what would you want for an estimate for the 2 months that are missing? Because we need to estimate 5 more months of revenue.
Yeah, I think it would have to, it wouldn't be by month, would it? It'd be by percentage of those 5 months. Across a single percentage for those 5 months based on the 3 months. Just to see if we are slowing at all.
I'm not sure I understand
Yeah.
how we would do that. So
Ah,
right now, what we've done in the year over year growth scenario is we've taken the 7 months. We've said that they're, for instance, 20% ahead of prior year, and we've applied that 20% growth to the prior year actuals. If you only wanted to apply that growth to the last 3 months of the prior year, that would still leave a gap of 2 months because we need to estimate 5 months of revenue.
but we can't take the prior year of the 5 months times the increase in the previous 3 months.
I understand what you're saying now. So you're saying rather than taking year to date growth over prior year, just take the last 3 months of growth compared to prior year. We can run that scenario.
Just to see what it looks like.
Yeah, more current trends. Representative Plitt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Ms. Stepp. Do you have any scenarios showing business taxes correlated with gross state product?
So you'll see when we get to the business tax slide, part of the one of the things we looked at in terms of determining growth rates for fiscal 24 and 25 was GDP, anticipated GDP growth. In the past, we have looked at a correlation between business taxes and state GDP, total U.S. GDP, and we didn't find a very strong correlation. I think it can inform your decision, but it's not an exact correlation. So we have not done that because based on historical data, the strength of the correlation just wasn't there, if that makes sense. But instead, we kind of use it to inform the growth rates.
Representative Janigian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to Representative Almy's point about the last 3 months. I guess my concern / question would be, typically, aren't the last 3 months of a year pretty strong because Christmas season is coming up, spending is higher, and so that actually might be higher than if you go back 5 months.
That's a good point. And we did do somewhat of a version of the scenario that Representative Almy is describing with the real estate transfer tax because, and we'll talk about that when we get there, but the growth in the real estate transfer tax has been very different over the last 2 months. January and February has been much slower than the prior months of the fiscal year, and so we did account for it in that scenario. So to answer your question, Representative Janagian, I think we would want to consider it on a tax by tax basis to see what makes sense. So we can certainly run the scenarios and then we can say it makes sense for this tax, but not for that tax, that sort of thing. Okay. Okay, on slide 2, page 2, there is a list of adjustments that need to be applied to fiscal 23 through 25 revenue to account for various tax law changes that are not fully accounted for in the revenues that we've received. So these are changes that are existing in current law. Pending legislation, as we talked about on Monday, will be included as surplus statement items that the LBA will take care of. So we don't need to right now think about any of the bills that are currently before this committee or other committees in terms of their revenue impact. Chris will work his magic on the back end with those. But what we do need to account for is changes that are existing in current law for which we believe there will be an impact to revenue, and we haven't seen that impact yet. So for business taxes, there are 4 items here. There were rate changes in HB 2 from 2021, and there is a rate change in 2022 HB 1221. So that's the first and third line on the business tax, under business taxes. So we will account for those in fiscal 2024. For HB2 credit carryover cap, you'll see an amount in each of the 3 years. That is the result of that 500% cap that will be enforced on businesses in terms of their credit carryover. For fiscal 23, that will likely come in the form of refunds starting in March and April. So you see that $11 million for fiscal 23. It increases in 24 to 13.5 and then tails off in 25 to 3.8 million. And then the last change under business taxes was the result of a bill passed last session, Senate Bill 435, which changes how net operating losses are calculated for businesses. And so that has an $8.6 million impact in 23 and then a 2.1 impact in 24. In total, we're looking at a reduction of 19.6 million for business taxes in 23, 25 million in 24, and 3.8 million in 25. So what we'll do is we'll estimate the revenues and then we'll just take these off the bottom. The other change that we need to account for is with the interest and dividends tax. This is the phase out, the reduction in the I&D tax rate. That will be 6.3 million this year, 22.2 million next year, and 23.4 million in 25. You'll see all of these adjustments accounted for in each of the taxes, but I wanted to provide them here as well so we could talk about any questions that you had.
Madam Chair.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I sometimes have trouble when I look at these things. This is the amount the taxes would go down each year. And so they're cumulative. You have to add them together to get to the effect in 25.
Correct. So these are what's listed here is year over year changes because that's how we're estimating the revenue. So we will determine the revenue, apply the adjustment, we will grow the revenue and apply the year over year change. That's correct. Okay. Okay, so at the bottom of page 2, considering the various scenarios and adjusting for the tax law changes that are at the top of the page, the DRA determined the following ranges for fiscal 23 revenues. Again, we'll walk through these tax by tax on the remaining slides. In the first column, you'll see the fiscal 23 plan. In the second and third columns, you will see our high and low ranges. And then in the last columns, you'll see how those ranges compare to plan. So for instance, for business taxes, we have a range of $1,219,500,000 to $1,257,100,000. And the low is 261.7 million ahead of plan, or 27%, and the high is 299.3 million, or 31% ahead of plan. So this is just kind of a snapshot of what our estimates look like in terms of fiscal year 23 compared to plan. Okay.
Representative Almy has a question.
Thank you. On this, oh dear, I had the question and now it's heading out of my head. Yeah, we can come back.
Representative Ullery.
Yeah, just very briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of new folks on here. When you're talking about plan, you're talking about an estimate. You're not talking about real money, number one. Number two, when today's revenue came out 58 million below plan, that doesn't mean anything.
Correct.
Could you kind of explain
Sure.
why it doesn't mean anything?
That's a great point. So, plan is that it is an estimate, and notably, this estimate was done 2 years ago. So this was done in January through June of 21. There was a lot of uncertainty during that time, and so these plan numbers really were the best information that the DRA and the legislature had at the time, and they were anticipating a potential fallout of revenues. And they are very consistent with what plan was for a number of other states. Revenues have performed better in a lot of cases, and so that's why you'll see this pretty significant, especially with business taxes, deviation from plan. In prior years, when we did not have global pandemics, et cetera, and revenues were a little bit more normal, you would see plan and actuals closer together. In terms of revenues that you see in our daily revenue reports, we are only just barely at the midpoint of the month. This is when we start reporting revenues to you, so you can see where we are at this point in the month. However, to Representative Ullery's point, it really isn't, it's nothing to panic about just yet. You'll see revenues continue to come in, especially over the next few days. It's really not until we get to the last few days of the month that things kind of trail off. So it's really just meant to be informative, not meant to spark any significant concerns at this point in the month. And if there was a reason for significant concern, I would let you know.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I thought of my question on take the business taxes, for instance, on the credit carryover cap, as you're calling it. On why would a business not in March, April, on just reduce the amount of money that they had to send you instead of taking a refund?
They may. So there's really two ways that this CCO cap could be felt in terms of the impact on revenues. If businesses adjusted their estimates, knowing that a certain portion of the amount of credit that they had on account was in excess of what they were going to be able to keep, they could essentially reduce their estimated payments and via reduced estimates use up a portion of their credit carry forward. That's essentially foregone revenue. It's revenue that we just wouldn't receive in the course of processing the estimates. If a business does not do that, when they get to filing their return in March and April, the return will essentially calculate for them that they have exceeded their CCO cap and will force them to take a refund for the excess amount. Those we will obviously pay out in refunds. The reason why we're showing $11 million impact in 23 is because what we're seeing is that not all businesses have reflected the CCO cap in their estimated payments. So we are anticipating that this CCO cap will result in a refund. The reason why I think a number of businesses have not accounted for this cap in their estimates is one, the majority of our businesses with large credit carryovers are large multinational businesses. I believe New Hampshire is the only state that has this sort of cap on a credit carryover. And so it's probably something that's just not on the business's radar. That's not something that they are actively planning for. So instead, it will just result as a refund on their return. Does that answer your question, Representative?
Most of it can.
Okay.
But there won't be any way for us to really tell that that's why they reduced their estimates next time or whatever.
Correct. Correct. I mean, we can look at the individual taxpayers with the large credit carryovers and try to see if they've accounted for it in their estimates. But again, a reduction in their estimate just may be a reduction because that's the trend of their business and not a direct reflection of the potential cap on the CCO. The other thing I will mention, though, is that as we move through the remaining 5 months of fiscal 23, these numbers in that column for adjustments may change. So if we get to March and April and we feel like we have seen the impact of the CCO, we won't have that $11 million there anymore. So we are actively watching these adjustments to make sure that they are in fact not accounted for in revenue received to date. If we get to a point where we believe the revenue received to date does reflect this tax law change, this adjustment would be removed. So we're kind of reevaluating it on an ongoing basis.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you for taking my question. But either way, you're going to see the credit carryovers go down,
Correct.
which was our goal.
Correct.
So no matter which way they do it, you can track that they're going down the way they're supposed to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so you think you would see that trend in March, April?
We would see in March and April if returns are filed, granted they could also be filed on extension and not come into the fall, but if they're filed timely in March and April, there is a line on the return where that CCO cap is applied, so we would see it. To Representative Southworth's point, we will see that the cap has impacted certain businesses with large CCOs. It is likely to reduce the overall CCO pool, but there's also the potential that there are other businesses that didn't have a CCO that start generating a CCO that may cause the total to stay at higher amounts. I don't think it's until we get to the 250 and the 100% cap that we'll really start to see a significant decline, if that makes sense. Okay. So we're going to dive right into business taxes. On page 3, we're going to rip off the Band-Aid and we're going to go head first. Okay. So I will note that at this point in the revenue estimating process, we estimate business taxes as a whole. We don't need to worry about splitting out business taxes between BET and BPT. Chris and I will work on that as we get further along in the process. So right now, we're just going to talk business taxes as a whole. Factors to consider. Fiscal year to date, we are 146.5 million or 33% ahead of plan, and we are 26.1 million or 4.7% ahead of prior year. We talked about the tax law changes, and I'll show you in the chart below where we take those into account. We talked about during the various presentations the impact on inflation, how that raises prices, may cause the economy to slow, but higher prices might also mean higher profits. So it's a little bit of a dance there in terms of the actual impact. And then obviously a potential economic slowdown. I'm calling it a slowdown at this point. I've not used the term recession. You'll see with the growth rates at this point, what we are anticipating is a slowing of the economy. We're not going to maybe see the year-over-year growth that we've seen over the past couple years. But at least at this point, subject to change, I'm not forecasting an actual downturn in the revenue or in the growth rates. You will see ultimately when Chris produces the worksheets, you may see a reduction in the revenue, but that would be the result of the tax law changes, not necessarily a reduction in the actual base. Looking at the chart, or
Apologize. Representative Almy?
Oh, well, perhaps Mr. Representative Rochefort had his hand up
Apologize.
too,
I'm
but
staring
me
at the
too.
numbers. Representative Rochefort.
Doesn't matter. I just, before we go on too far, I'm looking at the factors consider. I'm looking at your ranges, the 0 to 2%. I mean, that's a real big slowdown, I think. I mean, yeah, that's reflective of a pretty dramatic slowdown, based on what we've seen over the
Correct.
last few years.
Correct.
And I understand there's a lot of factors in there. Now, the things that you put in there as factors to consider the impact of inflation, are you considering inflation when you give us that maximum growth of 2%?
That is, one of the things that kind of goes into the range. So I don't have a specific, the impact of inflation is X% on the growth rate, but it is something that we've considered as part of determining the growth rates.
Okay.
So it's not a specific formula, it's more just informing the ranges that we're providing.
Okay, so the 2% is factoring in already comprehensively.
Correct. Right. My
Yes.
goal is to give you a range that factors into, anticipated GDP growth, any effects of inflation, any historical trends that we've seen in how business taxes operate, so that you have a range that kind of encompasses all of that, and you
Okay.
don't need to necessarily parse out, we're going to do this because of inflation and this % because of GDP. My goal is to kind of get it all
The easy button.
into, yes, into a package for you.
Great, thank you.
Representative Ellery, did you have a question?
Yeah, just briefly, Commissioner, when you said take into consideration,
It's all in my head.
that's a rather nebulous terminology or term. I mean, last month the CPI was something like 6.7.
Mm-hmm.
I think overall we're looking at maybe 8 or 9, going towards 10. That devalues the value of the dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah, which then means we got to spend more.
To get the
So-
same amount. Mm-hmm.
When we're looking at budget estimates and we're looking at a downturn that it's got to happen sometime. I mean,
How long have we been saying?
for about 2 years, yeah.
More than that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it depends on the money market, who gives, and how many monopoly dollars are floating around.
Depends on other stuff.
The question I'm getting to, Madam Chair, what numbers should we look at? The low range is not a conservative number. The high range is not a liberal number, and vice versa. So
So again, these are, 2 points. One, these are ranges that we feel are reasonable at this point in time. The committee may feel differently, and that has happened in the past. You may decide that our ranges are too optimistic and that maybe it's -2 to 2, and maybe you go with -2. We're just trying to provide you our general feelings at this point in time. To your earlier comment about inflation, you're correct. Numbers are hovering around 6%, the latest release that came out. It's down from the 8 to 9% that we've seen. We've seen a number of months of inflation, but it's not continuing to grow. If the number that came out in the last week or so was showing 8, 9, 10 continued growing of inflation, this range might look different. We might say, okay, maybe it's -5, maybe it's -10, because inflation doesn't seem to be under control. We're at least seeing some tempering of the inflation and inflationary pressures. It is not where anyone wants it to be, but it is not continuing to grow. If it was, this range might look different, I guess is my point.
Representative Ors.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How many years have you been doing this?
Do you want the full?
No.
Hey. Too many. Yes, there you go.
That's good enough for me.
Okay,
Thank you
yes,
very
too
much.
many. Or not that many.
You've been at the DRA what? 8 years?
I've essentially been at the DRA since 2010. I took a brief hiatus for about 18 months, but I've essentially been at the DRA since August of 2010.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, having done the same work that you're doing, I have no doubt that you're sure of what you're doing. Do you have any doubts that you're sure of what you're doing?
I'm sure that it's wrong.
You got the job. Thank you.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I'm trying, you've looked at New Hampshire tax law changes. You haven't, is there anybody that has tried to summarize the impact of the stimulus spending and the tax changes at the federal level?
So there's obviously federal data for that, you know, what the OMB has estimated what the impact will be. I think at this point, my thought process, subject to criticism, comment, etc., is that, again, we're trying to estimate fiscal year 23 to then grow or decline for 24 and 25. And so a fair amount of the stimulus money is in the economy, and therefore I believe in the revenues that we've received in 22 and 23. If there was a large, additional amount of stimulus that I felt like had not been working its way through the economy, then yes, we may have wanted to make an adjustment for that. But thinking about the base that we're trying to estimate, my feeling was that either most of the money is in the economy or some of it may already have come out, have already been spent, but there's more that's the potential still to be spent, and they kind of would offset each other. If that kind of makes sense. So again, just trying to think about what the base is. I'm looking at 22 and 23. Do I feel like the impact of the stimulus is probably in the revenues? Based on the growth we've seen in the past couple years, I would say yes. You know, we saw 44.6% growth in 21, 23% growth in 22, and we're seeing 5% growth this year. So that growth has started to slow. So that would kind of tell me the majority of the impact of the stimulus is felt in the revenues that we're using as our base.
So could I have a follow-up? Yeah, maybe it's because I think as much about the consumers that are buying things in our economy as I do about the companies. Is there isn't anything out there in the literature about a negative effect of the removal of the stimulus money?
We can look
which
into
went
that.
First
Yeah,
from
we can.
the consumers, but then also is happening with the businesses. And some of the businesses on the edge may not survive that. That certainly happened in the Great Recession, why it took so long to come
Sure.
out of it.
Yeah, we'll do some research and see if we can find any comments about that. That's a good point.
Madam Chair, if the committee would like, I could also ask DES, Brian Gottlieb, to consider that question as well in their presentation to you on the 28th.
That would be
They may
great.
actually have some other
That's a great idea.
information that may get Lindsay off the hook.
I like how you think.
Brian may not.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at the chart on the middle of the page, you'll see a high-low range for 23. You'll see an impact of that 19.6 million in the tax law changes, resulting in a net range at the bottom. That's the same range that shows on the prior slide. The net amount is what we're showing on the prior slide. We then, as we've already or actually, I'll hold for 1 second. How did we come up with those ranges? So the low range takes actual year-to-date revenue and then assumes plan for the remainder of the year. So although we are significantly ahead of plan, to Representative Almey's point at the beginning, there is a chance that we may start to see a slowdown. So let's say, okay, take year-to-date revenue and let's assume that slowdown. Let's just assume we're at plan for the rest of the year. That's what produces the 1.2 billion minus the 19.6 million, arriving at the 1,219,500,000. The high range basically says take the first 7 months of the year and apply that 33.3% ahead of plan that we've been year to date. Let's assume we stay there for the rest of the year. So that the high essentially assumes we don't see any slowing. Things just kind of continue on the way they've been happening for the first 7 months. That produces the 1,276,700,000 minus the 19.6 million in the tax law changes, resulting in the 1,257,100,000. So that's how we come up with the range. The low is essentially, yep, we're gonna see some slowdown here. The high says, nope, we're just gonna keep trekking on the way we've been going. Then, as we've already kind of talked about, we have a 0 to 2% growth rate for 25. Again, that's a year-over-year growth rate, so you would apply that 2%, say, to the 23 amount, and then you would apply the 25 2%, say, to the 24 amount. So these are year-over-year growth rates. These are taking into account the things that we've already talked about and just the general prediction that GDP growth is going to slow, but what we've seen is that the growth will potentially remain positive and not yet any estimates that it will slip negative. So we have the growth rates and then the tax law changes for 24 and 25. Okay, on to page 4, meals and rentals tax. So year to date, we are 50.6 or 33.5% ahead of plan for 6.4 million or 3.3% ahead of prior year. As Representative Ullery mentioned earlier, remember when plan was done, we're significantly ahead of plan, but plan was done at a time when we were just coming off of stay-at-home orders, restaurant closures, etc., and we were anticipating if those maintained that there would be a significant impact to M&R. However, post-pandemic activity has shown us that there was essentially pent-up demand for dining out, going on vacations, traveling. As I've said before, I think we all realized how much we enjoyed eating out when we couldn't eat out. It's really hard, especially in my house with 2 adults and 2 little kids, to make 3 meals a day at home. So we certainly realize that eating out is something that we would like to do and have done more of, I think, post-pandemic, because we realize how important it is to us. Other things to consider, transfers to the Municipal Revenue Fund. This is the fund that we've talked about in prior presentations, where 30% of M&R revenue is going into a dedicated fund to go back to the municipalities, and also the school building aid debt service. We provided the chart for how that debt service is being paid out through 2030. So for fiscal year 23, this is an instance where we are going to look at the gross amounts, and we would then apply any growth rates to those gross amounts. So we're going to apply any growth rates to the total revenue collected before the transfer to the municipal fund. Because it is revenue in the door, we're just going to send a portion of it into a dedicated fund. So our estimates for 2023, gross amounts of 323.9 million to 455.5 million. The reduction of the 128 million is the municipal revenue transfer plus the school building aid debt service. arriving at the net of 295.9 million to 327.5. So the 295.9 and the 327.5, those numbers are what you would compare to plan, because plan takes out the municipal revenue transfer. Those are also the amounts that you would see in the revenue focus, because the revenue focus amounts are going to be net of those transfers. The low range assumes that M&R performs at plan for the last 5 months of 23. So we take year-to-date revenue through January, and we assume plan for the remaining 5 months. Similar to business taxes, although we are 33.5% ahead of plan. In the event that this economy does start to slow, there is an impact to the meals and rentals tax, or the fact that prices are higher and therefore people don't eat out or can't afford to eat out or take vacations as much, and or we see staffing issues, restaurants are not able to be open as frequently or for as many hours as they were previously. If all of those things kind of come together, we would see a slowing in the M&R tax for the remaining 5 months of the year. So that's what the low scenario is assuming, that we just meet plan for the rest of the year, and that slowing is seen in the economy. The high assumes that we remain 34% ahead of plan. So the year-to-date growth over plan that we have seen remains through the end of the year. We do not see any impact or any slowing as the result of any of the economy, the prices, the staffing, et cetera. So that's how we arrive at the range for 23.
Representative Plett, did you have a question?
I do, thank you, Madam Chair. Not just meals and rentals tax, but all of them. You apparently you don't take into account inflation at all?
We're going to, again, kind of take into account inflation as a result of the various scenarios that we're looking at. So inflation may inform where we think the tax is going to go. But remember, we are using as a base revenue year to date. So there is inflation already baked, the impact of inflation already baked into that revenue that we're using year to date as the base. So the only thing we really need to account for is additional impacts that we have not already seen from inflation or other factors that we may see in the last 5 months of the year. So again, not that we're not accounting for it, we just don't have a line item that says inflation minus 5 million.
Actually, it could go the other way, could it
Or
not?
it could, because it drives
meal,
prices
meal
up.
prices are
Mhm.
higher, and it's a percent of meal prices.
Exactly. So it's a positive until it reaches the tipping point when prices get too high that demand falls.
Representative Ames.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Actually, this may be a question more for Chris or other senior gurus in our committee, but here with this presentation, we are seeing lows and highs. In the end, at least historically, we've had to pick a number. So we've got to do, we've got to jump out on a limb. It's 0% or 5%. We can't do that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Representative Ames. And at the end of this process, this committee will come to some agreement on a single number as your revenue projection for each of these taxes or each of these revenue sources. So that as the DRA typically comes in and presents a range because of, I think, the types of questions that are being asked, the factors that you want to consider when you're doing these estimates, be it inflation, be it a potential slowdown or recession, be it some sort of a boom because of a stimulus. So this committee will take all that knowledge that you've been presented through the economic briefings and the agency presentations, and you'll come up with a single number that's your best estimate or best guess as to what the revenue will be in 24 and then again in 25. And you'll do that based on your adjustments for 23. So you often use your 23 as your base number to kind of grow into 24 and 25. So what Lindsay's doing today is giving you a range of numbers for each of these revenue sources. and telling you how she got to those numbers with her team. It's up to the committee to decide whether you want to stay within those ranges, go outside those ranges, make different assumptions. So it's a long-winded answer to, I think, your question, Representative Ames.
Yeah, so today we're just trying to get inside the head of our expert and
Scary
understand where she's coming from. But then we will do our own discussion with our expertise to see if we agree with some of the assumptions or we're slightly off from that.
Agreed.
And Representative Sanborn, if I just might as well, the commissioner and her team, or some parts of her team, will be available as we move forward through this process. So as the committee gets to making some of its final decisions, if you want to bounce questions off from DRA to say, we're thinking this, does that seem reasonable with this revenue stream? You can do that. So you won't be in isolation as well.
Representative Olney.
Thank you. And I think beyond, sorry, our personal expertise, if we can think of questions like the one about what is it going to do if the consumer debt starts to slow down the spending, and we can think of people outside of this body that, like Phil Sletton as well, that may be able to find studies that are being done now that could help us try to triangulate down to something that I don't think we're going to be comfortable when we finish this.
I don't think you ever are comfortable with
No,
it.
but this is the worst, I think, except for the Great Recession, when every year we had to readjust the budget.
And we've mentioned this previously, that the House is in the next hardest position after the governor, because your base is the most uncertain. So with every month that goes by, it gets a little bit easier because we get further and further to knowing actual revenues for 23 and the base.
But we don't know 24. because of those
Representative
tax changes.
Spilsbury has a question.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm going to make a couple of observations and see whether you are in concurrence, more or less. These taxes, if you look across the board, vary greatly in their trend line relative to the prior year and relative to the plan. But it strikes me as being an odd coincidence that our two biggest ones, business taxes and meals and rooms, both are essentially 33 and a third percent over plan. I guess the first question from that observation is that more than coincidence? Do we see a correlation that would tend to drive them ahead of plan at the same rate? But let me just go to the second observation first. Plan, of course, is just a measure of how good we were at guessing 2 years ago in this same process. And it's easy to get caught up in how far over plan we are. And it seems like spectacular performance, but it may also be that we just simply anticipated that downturn that didn't materialize. What's probably much more important to look at is that business taxes are only 4.7% ahead of prior year, and meals and rooms tax are 2/3 of that at 3.3% ahead of prior year. So when we focus on the performance relative to prior year, it mitigates that impression of spectacular revenue growth or performance. And it's not difficult to see that if the downturn finally does come, and parenthetically, it seems to me that the Federal Reserve is virtually committed in getting us there, it doesn't take much of a downward adjustment to move to 0 to 2 or 0 to 5%. So I don't find your estimates of growth to be wildly optimistic. I think they're very realistic and could even be a little lower.
To your first point about business taxes being 33.3% ahead of plan and M&R being 33.5% ahead of plan, I triple checked that number because I was like, it must be a typo. So I noticed the same thing you did. I have not wrapped my head around whether or not there is any correlation between the two. I think it may just be a coincidence. In terms of your comment about the deviation from plan versus the deviation from prior year, you were correct that the deviation from plan was due to a cautious revenue estimating process during a time of a lot of uncertainty 2 years ago. I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, if you look back to revenue estimating prior to COVID, you wouldn't see these sorts of deviations. Typically, revenue estimates or revenues perform much, much closer to plan. If you saw deviations like this, it would be because of a significant tax change that hadn't been accounted for in plan or something like that. So typically, and maybe this is just optimistic memory, but I believe we tend to be a lot closer between actuals and plan. It's really just a sign of the times and what we were all going through at that point, and not wanting to overestimate revenues during a time when we could potentially see a downturn. You always want the estimates to be correct, but if you have to be wrong, in many cases it's better to be a little bit more conservative than overly optimistic, especially with revenues.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if we go back and if we looked at estimates that were made, for the last 12 years or 10 years before COVID, at that time, inflation was quite low. It was like 1 to 2% a year. And then, for the last 2 years, we've been dealing with significant inflation. And it's not going to shut off. So can you help me understand how your estimates are impacted or are not reflecting what I believe is that inflation, I think it's going to go down, but I think it's going to be well above 2%, which it would have been kind of what was going on up until the prior estimates were made.
So I think the thing to remember is you're using a base of fiscal 23 revenue year to date. So again, to the extent that inflationary impacts are showing in that revenue, you're accounting for it in your estimates. The times when you need to account for inflation or any other changes, the tax law changes being a good example, is when that impact is not in your current revenues. So where we've seen now, to your point, rising inflation over a period of time, it's not like it just started last month. If anything, hopefully we've reached the peak and we're going down. It is likely accounted for in the revenues that we're using as the base. So I don't think you need to worry that inflation was different 10 years ago, because that's not impacting the revenue estimating you're doing now. If I said, okay, your growth rate should be the same as it was 10 years ago, then you might have a point. Well, 10 years ago, you didn't have inflation, the same inflationary pressures, so that's not a good comparison. That would be something to consider. But the fact that inflation didn't exist at the same levels 10 years ago, where we're using year-to-date revenue and we're projecting the remainder of the year, I think we just need to think about how inflation is going to change between now and the end of the year, or how inflation is going to change between this fiscal year and next fiscal year. I don't think it matters what it was 10 years ago, because 10 years ago is not at the moment informing anything that's driving the estimates here.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you for taking my question and comment. As you look at the 33%, it just strikes me that those two areas, meals and room and business tax, affect almost every single consumer in terms of spending, whereas a lot of the others are much narrower and maybe due to anomalies or other kinds of things. Like something like tobacco, everyone doesn't participate in. But
Correct.
as you said, I think both could be pent-up demand.
Sure.
And
I agree with your comment. Where my mind kind of went first is knowing, based on the information we presented earlier this week and at prior presentations, the majority of our business tax revenue is kind of paid by a few number of very large multinational corporations. Those are not the same taxpayers as the meals and rentals tax. But I hadn't gone the level further that you just brought up, which is consumers are actually at the bottom of both of those. I was thinking, you know, Acme Corporation, very large multinational corporation, versus your neighborhood pizza shop. Those are not the same. But at the bottom are consumers buying products from Acme or services and buying pizzas at the pizza shop. So yes, I agree with your point.
Representative Ulrich.
Acme Staples in Franklin is a large multinational.
We gotta come up with a name that we all know is just me making up. It's not a real taxpayer. Okay. So that's how we came up with our low and high. So again, we assumed M&R might start to temper a little bit, that we would just be at plan for the rest of the year versus kind of continuing the growth that we've seen year to date. And then we're looking at between a 0 and 5% growth for 24 and again for 25. For 24, that 0% kind of assumes that the impact of inflation and or a slowing of the economy does keep M&R flat, to Representative Plett's point earlier, where inflation drives prices to a point that demand starts to decrease. Because obviously to a point, higher prices just produces higher tax revenue. But if we get to a point where that starts to impact demand, we would see M&R kind of remain flat. And then the high just kind of assumes that we keep trekking along and we continue to see increases, generally consistent where we're seeing, to Representative Spilsbury's point, what we're seeing compared to prior year, right? So not what we're seeing compared to plan, but we're about 3% ahead of prior year. And so our high assumes that we continue on that trend, if not a little bit more. And then for 25, again, that 0 to 5% growth rate. Pre-pandemic, M&R generally grew around 5% a year. So 5% is kind of a historic growth rate for M&R. So the 25 growth rate kind of returns to a more normal year over year growth, but obviously on this new base revenue that we've seen. Okay. Page 5, tobacco taxes. So fiscal year to date, we are 12.8 million or 8.9% below plan, or 8.9 million or 6.3% below prior year. This really is the result of a decline in our tobacco tax stamp sales. Those are the stamps that go on the packages of cigarettes. Other tobacco products, that portion of the revenue is growing, but is a much smaller portion of revenue than tobacco stamp sales. The other thing to consider is a ban on mentholated products and other flavored tobacco products like we've seen in Massachusetts that has kind of driven, at least to some point, an increase in our revenue here in New Hampshire as people came across the border to buy those products. If other bans like that continue, that could impact revenues in a positive way. If we see a ban at the federal level, that would obviously have a negative impact. For our 23 range, it's 217 to 222.8 million. The low assumes that our fiscal year to date percentage of 6.3% below prior year, we just maintain that for the rest of the year. Our high assumes that we have actual year-to-date revenue, but for the remainder of the year, we actually equal prior year, so that the decline that we've seen over prior year kind of stops and we rebound a little bit. That's how we get to the range. The range is relatively small for this tax. It might be a welcome observation for folks as you're thinking about how you're going to go through this process. In terms of 24 and 25 growth rates, we have a -5% to 0% growth rate for 24. Historic year-over-year reductions in cigarette stamp sales due to cessation efforts. This is kind of a normalizing of the tobacco tax stamp sales, normalizing from the COVID levels that we saw, where a lot of people did not stop smoking during COVID. If anything, we saw a lot of rates increasing across the country. So the -5% to 0 kind of assumes that we start to see those cessation efforts increase again, with a little bit of a tempering of the increase in the other tobacco products. And then 25, we're saying -3 to 0. Folks that have been on this committee for a while will know -3% year-over-year growth is kind of the historic trend with tobacco. On average, we do see a year-over-year decline in tobacco as people stop smoking. But again, if they switch to, e-cigarettes, we will pick up a little bit of revenue from that. But again, the majority of the revenue is driven by the stamp sales. So when those go down, the revenue goes down.
Representative Ames.
Yeah, just a minor question, but what is the revenue that e-cigarettes are producing?
Hold on, I have in a chart. I have it visually, but I just want to check and see if I have the number for you. If not, we can get that. So e-cigarettes in fiscal year 21 in total produced $5 million of revenue. In 22, we saw 7.9 million in revenue. And year to date through December, we saw a 22% increase over last year. So e-cigarette revenue is increasing, but again, you're looking at $7 million out of $220 million. So it's increasing, but it's a very small portion of the revenue.
Follow up, and then Representative Ullery after that.
Yeah, so that's interesting, and that says that this new brand of nicotine is popular, or is selling anyway, and the revenue is positive, unlike cigarettes.
Correct.
And yet it's very small, but I suppose it could expand. Is there anything else that is moving in the up direction rather than in the other tobacco products category, I guess?
I would say there, at least 21 to 22, the majority of the increase in other tobacco products was driven by e-cigarettes.
Yeah.
The remainder of OTP was relatively flat. So it really is e-cigarettes. And e-cigarettes are not taxed the same way as cigarettes are. So if there was a world where everybody that stopped smoking shifted to e-cigarettes, so if you didn't smoke cigarettes anymore, but everyone shifted to e-cigarettes, and e-cigarettes were taxed exactly the same way as cigarettes were, you wouldn't see an impact to the revenue, right? But because some people do just quit, you see a reduction. And then the people that do switch over to e-cigarettes, because the tax rate is not comparable, you do see that reduction in tax.
Thank you. I've been sitting next to this guy for too long. Keep stimulating thought. When we're talking about e-cigarettes or other tobacco products, we've got a competitor to the south that continually raises rates. How have our sales gone according to their rate increases? Or does your department even bother with that?
I would say we haven't tracked it or correlated it specifically, but when we do see the rate increases around all of our neighboring states, New Hampshire has by far the lowest tax rate out of all of the New England states, New York, New Jersey, et cetera. So anytime their rates increase, we see an increase in our sales. When Massachusetts straight up banned the menthol cigarettes, we saw a significant increase in those products purchased here in New Hampshire. So there is definitely an impact on any bans, increases in tax changes, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, I take my nicotine in eggplant, Parmesan.
Representative Southworth.
Yes, thank you for follow-up. I think in your other presentation, you actually told us the percent that were out of state for the tobacco tax.
Yes, there are studies done by the Tax Foundation. You're correct. We did provide that information. So we know how much is moving out of state, cigarettes purchased here that are consumed out of state. I just don't know, if Massachusetts raises their tax rate by 5%, what is the increase or change here in New Hampshire? Sure.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure this is within your purview,
We'll try.
but I wonder whether New Hampshire specifically has done any studies about the impact of the cost of healthcare for tobacco use and the change in those costs relative to the lower use of tobacco
Sure.
products.
I don't have that information, but I'm sure there are organizations. Tobacco Free Kids is one that comes to mind. Other groups that may have that information specifically. It's a
Thank
good
you. Thank
question.
you, Madam Chair.
Okay, you good on tobacco? Okay, interest and dividends tax on page 6. Fiscal year to date, we're basically right at plan. We're 300,000 or 0.6% below plan, or 8.8 million or 14.9% below prior year. I&D is a tax that can have year-over-year swings. Stock market performance, interest rates, distribution of profits, all of the things that we talked about in our prior presentations can drive I&D revenue. And then I mentioned the effect of the tax law changes because the rate is decreasing. And again, just as a reminder, you're in a tough place because the majority of I&D revenue does not come in until April. So you're attempting to forecast revenue at a time where we haven't even probably seen half of the amount that we're going to get for the year. So it's not the easiest tax at this point in the year to estimate. In terms of a low for 23, we assume that the 7%, the 14.9% that we are below prior year will be maintained through the rest of the year. And then we take out the 6.3 million for the rate reduction that we anticipate will impact our revenues in April and in June. And then for the high, we assume year-to-date revenue, and then we just add the remaining 5 months of last year. So we essentially assume that the reduction that we've seen to prior year will go away, and we'll see revenues equal prior year in the last 5 months. And again, we subtract the rate reduction. So you'll see on a net basis, this range is 126.9 million to 141.3 million. So again, $15 million range for this year. That range will obviously tighten once we get more revenue for I&D. But again, just the impact of the fact that we don't have the majority of the revenue received yet.
Representative Ellery.
Again, our neighbors to the south have got a new tax that they put in.
They do.
I'm not sure how you would track that except by new I&D taxpayers.
Correct. And we wouldn't have that information yet because the I&D returns that we are going to receive in April will be for the tax year ending 12/31/22. So it'll be prior to the millionaire's tax, if you will, in Massachusetts going into effect. But that is something that we can certainly track. We can look at new taxpayers.
And following up on that, it would seem to me that we would, before this tax disappears, and you're no longer tracking it, we would have 2 good years of data to show.
At least, yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need some help understanding what these different taxes are. And including the one I don't understand how the millionaire's tax in Massachusetts would impact New Hampshire either.
So there's an increased tax, this millionaire's tax in New Hampshire. It's an additional income tax on top of the amount that's already paid for those high net worth individuals. I believe Representative Ullery's point is to the extent that those individuals decide to move to New Hampshire, where we have no broad-based income tax and our tax is only on interest and dividends, that would be a significant tax savings potentially to those individuals. And so we may see some people move to New Hampshire in order to avoid that additional tax burden in Massachusetts.
So the main part of my question was help me understand what the ones that are in this. I'm looking at the top of the page and it tells me the percentage that are from taxable annuities, which I think I know what those are, but I'm not sure. Actual cash and property distributions, that's like one big category.
Correct. And
Just tell me what all of those things are.
that tracks back to the slides that we've presented in prior presentations where we break down the percent of interest and dividends revenue between interest, dividends, and distributions. And we've kind of showing over time how the percent that was attributable to interest has kind of decreased in recent years, where the percent attributable to distributions has increased. So those are kind of the main categories of revenue that make up the interest and dividends tax.
So you have to explain what are actual cash and property distributions, or give me an example.
So to the extent that an individual receives a distribution from a corporation, that is taxable under the interest and dividends tax. Similar to if you received a dividend or interest income on, bank accounts. Those are all things that are taxable under the interest and dividends tax. And you will see the last point or the last item mentioned here, the 7.3% federal tax exempt interest income. There is interest income that is tax exempt under the federal level that is taxable here in New Hampshire.
Bonds.
It's a variety of things. We can provide you with additional information on that. There's a whole checklist that's on our website of the various components that fall under the interest and dividends tax.
Representative Ullery, I think. is
Yeah,
next.
just to follow up on that, that would include the RMDs that certain people receive from their pension funds, the required minimum distribution.
Potentially.
But then there's a threshold in New Hampshire, so if you get less than that, you don't pay the tax, but if you get more than that, then you have to pay the tax on everything over that. So if you're one of the numerous now very wealthy people that have pension funds or I don't want to use the derogatory term pension fund babies, but trust fund babies rather. They have to take some money, and then, yes, to a degree, but the amount of money that you take out of it, that is tax. That's as an example, but you have to meet the threshold first, and we've set the threshold at.
The threshold is $2,400 for a single filer or $4,800 for joint filers. And then there's various exemptions as well. So if you're over 65, if you're blind, if you're disabled before your 65th birthday, et cetera, those are all exemptions that are available in the tax as well.
Representative Olney.
Yes. Where can we find a definition of distribution as versus dividend?
We can get that to you. Again, there's a checklist that's available in the instructions for our forms, so we can provide that to give additional clarity.
And we can certainly ask maybe if we have the CPA Society or some of those folks come back and flesh out some of these things for us. We can do that. Any other questions right now? Okay. Oh. True, but if you want more practical, real world, how is this impacting New Hampshire people? I think maybe the accountants would be able to, or maybe ask your own accountant. That would be helpful. Okay.
So once we have the range for 23, we have growth rates again for 24 and 25. We're looking at 0 to 2% in each year. Again, this tax can fluctuate over time. This one is a bit hard, as I mentioned, at this point in the year to estimate, but we're essentially showing flat or minimal growth. And then you will see the 22.2 million in 24 and the 23.4 million in 25. That is the result of the decrease in the tax rate. So those are tax law change impacts. Okay, moving on. Page 7, communication services tax. Fiscal year to date, we're 5.5 million or 24.1 million below plan. We are 0.6 million or 3.4% below prior year. We've talked about this tax before, but increased use of video conferencing, decreased use of VoIP or traditional landlines or telephones, and then shifts in the allocation of billing for wireless plans from voice to data. Those are all things that impact CST. For 23, we have a pretty tight range. We're looking at 28.8 million to 29.9 million. The low estimate assumes that we receive 2.3 million a month for the remainder of the year. Why 2.3 million? That is the most common amount that we have received in recent times for a monthly revenue amount. So if you told me today if you asked me today, how much revenue do you think you're going to receive for CST this month? I would say 2.3 million. So we take that amount and we just plug it in for the rest of the year. The high assumes that our sustaining percent compared to prior year is maintained through the end of the year. This tax, we have a negative growth rate, -3% to 0. That's just generally the trend that we've been seeing with this tax. Again, it's a relatively small tax, relatively small range that we're looking at for CST.
Representative Ames.
On the increased use of video conferencing, which I guess is mostly Zoom or that kind of thing, what are the figures there?
I don't have those readily available because there is not a specific line on the CST return for video conferencing versus landline telephone versus wireless talk. So the extent that you have a provider that is performing any number of those services, the amount is kind of all bundled together. So I don't have a breakout for each of those individual services, unfortunately. It's more anecdotal as the result of audits and reviews of tax returns that we've done.
I'm wondering about whether people who should be paying are not paying. Is that an issue? Because this is sort of novel and maybe unknown or maybe it's purposeful. I don't know.
We have auditors that are assigned to this tax who do reach out to businesses and who operate in this communications world to make sure that they are collecting and remitting the tax.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. On the shift in allocation of billing of wireless plans from voice to data, it seems to me that when you look into that, at least when I've drilled down 6 layers in Comcast's bill to find how much I'm paying for voice, they have shifted a lot more. Voice costs an awful lot less, according to them, than it used to do.
Correct.
And that they've been doing that ever since they started combining into cable plus everything firms. So do you try to contest with them in terms of what they're actually charging for voice?
Sure. So you're correct that the bundling of charges, right? So voice and data. Oh, you can have your home phone and your cable and your internet access all on one bill, and here's one amount, right?
Huge
That then needs to be split so that we know what portion and the provider knows what portion is relative to voice and therefore subject to the tax. It is difficult at times to see how that breakdown is done on your bill, and you're correct that as time has gone on, people or the allocation is less towards voice and more towards internet access, cable, etc. We do audit, we do engage in discussions with the providers about the amount that they're allocating between those various buckets.
And do you get anywhere?
It depends.
Representative Fellows.
Are there rules that govern how they do their allocation?
Not necessarily. So the only rule really that we're following is that internet access is not subject to tax under the CST and cannot be subject to tax under CST. So the portion that is data is not CST, but how they decide to allocate is really to a large extent up to them. We can challenge them on their reasonableness of that allocation. If it were to say nothing is voice, yet you're providing a landline, that wouldn't be reasonable. So that's where the kind of the negotiations come in, but there's nothing that says certain amounts have to go into each bucket.
Yes, follow up.
So are there actual regulations or rules that cover the communications tax?
There's statute and rules that cover it, yes.
Statutes and rules?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it come under Department of Revenue Administration? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and we would be the committee that would make those determinations if we wanted to change the law. Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Okay. Page 8, real estate transfer tax. So fiscal year to date, we are 28.6 million or 23.8% ahead of plan, or 2.8 million or 1.8% below prior year. So to Representative Spilsbury's earlier point, again, plan assumed a real decline in the real estate market after we kind of saw a COVID boom where a lot of people were moving to New Hampshire. So that's why we're so far ahead of plan, but we are, basically flat with prior year. Fiscal year-to-date amounts are net of a $5 million transfer to the Affordable Housing Fund. That occurs in October of each year. So we will estimate the gross, grow the gross amount, and then subtract the $5 million because the $5 million is money that we receive. It just goes into a dedicated fund. Things to consider: mortgage rates have increased, as we know. Median sale prices do remain high. However, the inventory is slowing significantly. Cost of building supplies and just the fact that homes are quite difficult to afford for many people at this point. The real estate market peak was likely seen earlier this year. We have seen a decline in the real estate transfer tax in January, and February year-to-date amounts are showing a decline as well. And I'll talk about those when we talk about the ranges for 23. But I'll pause for a second before I do.
Yes, I see hands. Representative Ullery.
Yeah, just following up on your comments about the percentage decrease. With the reevaluation that took place, that means that a $250,000 home is now worth roughly $275,000-300,000 in broad spectrum.
Sure.
Which then inflates this number, but nothing has changed
Right.
regarding the housing market. So this is all an inflationary number.
Potentially. So when we talk about RET, remember, we're going to talk about the number of transactions, right? You need the sales to occur in order to collect the tax, but you can have fewer sales at a much higher value, much higher amount, and still see the tax either stay the same or increase. And so to your point, as as the values get driven up, you don't need as many sales to generate the same amount of revenue. What we're likely starting to see is that the number of sales just is not enough anymore to keep the revenue increasing. Those values have gotten too high. Other pressures have really cooled the real estate market. And so you need both the sale and the value. But when they both start to have a negative impact, then the tax will fall.
I think I saw you, Representative Plett, and then we'll go to Representative Southworth.
Yeah, this is one, I'm more pessimistic than you are for real estate transfer tax because the market shrank considerably in the last few months with high interest rates. They start to reflect a little bit in the price of homes, just a little bit, but the slowdown in sales has been huge.
We'll talk about that in a minute. I agree with you. I may be cautiously optimistic for a couple of reasons that I'll talk about when we get to the ranges.
Representative Southworth.
Just to correct myself, is this mainly collected at the county level, but you can see the communities where the properties were sold, so you can do it both ways?
Correct. So the Representative Southworth is correct. This tax is collected by the counties at the time that they put the stamp on your tax deed or your transfer deed, and then they remit it to us on a monthly basis. So we know the amount for each county, so we can look at county to county comparison, which we've done in some prior presentations. We can.
Representative Almy.
Do we do we know whether the people who are really afraid of large corporations coming in and buying up a lot of housing and then turning it into high-level rentals that used to be for the residents, if that is actually not happening in New Hampshire at all?
I don't have any information on that. The Realtors Association might. That's not any data that we would have, but I have heard that concern
Because
as well.
if that concern was correct, and it may be that New Hampshire's market is not terribly attractive at national levels, but that would be a counter effect,
Correct.
which I wouldn't want.
Representative Phillips.
So one of the things like you would track on the municipal level would be the number of building permits issued. Are you taking that into account?
So we don't have data for the specific number of building permits issued, but when you see cost of building supplies, just the number of new builds, that's something anecdotally that we hear about in the market. And certainly if builders are not building new homes, then those sales cannot occur. So it's definitely something I think that is impacting RET. But we, again, don't have that specific building permit data. It's more just anecdotal from what we're hearing.
Representative Almy.
Could I just add to that building permits per se are not a very good indicator at this point? We've lost at least 40% of the builders that were going to build that had permits in the last 6 months.
So your point being that the permit may be pulled, but the build may never happen.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Okay. So range for fiscal year 23. So the low assumes that fiscal year to date revenue through Monday, so taking basically as much revenue as we can, is 3.4% below prior year. And so we assume that that's going to be maintained through the rest of the year. So we have, as I mentioned, seen a decline compared to prior year in both January and now February revenues. And so we're kind of assuming that we are on the downward trend and that remains through the rest of the year. The high assumes that the fiscal year to date percentage that we saw at the end of December which was a 5.4% increase over prior year, is maintained through the rest of the year. So at the end of December, we were 5.4% ahead of prior year, but through Monday, we were 3.4% below. So that's the kind of shift that we think we're seeing. The reason why I included the amounts through December as the high option is because January and February tend to be very low RET months anyway. It's, not a lot of people are searching for homes around the holidays. It's the dead of winter. Maybe you're looking for a ski condo, but, for a lot of people, it's not the time of year that they come looking to buy a beautiful lake house, for instance. So I'm cautiously optimistic that the decline that we see in January and February is really just a normal decline. It's a normal slowing that happens this time of year. And that it may be, by taking the year-to-date data through Monday, maybe a little bit too optimistic. So that's why I gave kind of both options. The range is, again, still relatively tight, 225 million to 232 million. For 24 and 25, we assume 24 will be a negative 5% to 0 growth. So we are assuming that we have seen a peak and we are going to decline. But then 25 is negative 2% to 2%, negative 2 to positive 2. That assumes that we may continue to decline from our peak, but also, anecdotally, we are hearing there are people that do want to buy houses. They're waiting for the market to cool. They're waiting for those prices to come down. So if those prices come down and the volume of transaction goes up, that's okay. That might produce growth. Because the prices are so high. They can come down as long as the transactions are happening. We could still see growth. So that's how we kind of get to the -2 to positive 2 in 25. Okay. Last one. Utility property tax on page 9. We are 100,000 or 0.5% ahead of plan. We're basically right on plan for the year. We are slightly below prior year at 200,000 or just under 1%. We can see fluctuations in property value. New taxable property can be constructed, and to the extent that taxpayers have a credit on file, they can utilize those credits, and that can impact the revenues. Our range for UPT for 23 is 40.7 million to 44.9. The low is actual year to date with plan for the remainder of the year, and the high assumes year to date revenue with sustaining percent versus prior year maintained through the end of the year. Growth range, small, 0 to 3%. This tax performs pretty consistently around the $40 to $45 million range. So not a lot of fluctuation in this tax from year to year.
Questions? Representative Ulrich.
Okay. You just mentioned not a lot of change. Yeah, a lot of change has taken place. I forget the name of the Northeast Sustainability Project or whatever it's called. Changing the size of the cables, they're going up, which should have increased the UPT substantially, because a 10 kilowatt or kilovolt cable's this big and the other one's this big.
That's a good point. I guess my point is maybe as overall the tax is fairly consistent in 40 to 45 million, but the tax is made up of a variety of entity types or utility types, right? So you may see one entity type that has an increase in value while another entity or another utility type is falling in value. So I'm not saying that every utility property every year is seeing the same value, but as a whole, the values have been roughly consistent year to year. But yes, you can see individual fluctuations based on the type of utility or service that they're providing.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I thought that I remembered that the utility property tax is based on assessments that are done every year from the DRA, and that it's relatively easy to track, especially this late in the year, how much is actually going to come in.
So at this point in the year, generally, yes, we have issued our values. We determine the values for all of these utilities. So we know what revenue should come in based on our assessments. Every year we have a number of utilities that challenge those values, that appeal those values. And so we have to work through that appeal process. So that's kind of what we're getting at with the credits, that sort of thing. So that's some way that the fluctuation exists and why we don't always know exactly the amount of money that we will bring in.
About 11-12% difference. Thank you.
Representative Fellows, did you still have a question?
I was going to try to look it up, but what is covered by the utility tax? Obviously poles and
So it's
What
all
else?
utility property. The rate is $6.60 per $1,000 of value. We determine the value, as Representative Almy mentioned, at the DRA. So it's everything from hydroelectric dams to your large, generation facilities, to gas pipelines, any sort of utility value or utility property, excuse me.
Representative Platt.
Yes, how do you set that value? Is it a combination of net book and replacement or whatever? Tell me.
Correct. It can depend on the utility and the area that they operate in. The utilities in May of every year provide us with their financial information, and we use that financial information to come up with the values, whether we use net book, discounted cash flow, et cetera. The combination can depend on the type of utility, but we value each utility individually.
Yes, if you have a $2 billion in a plant, but it's not producing a kilowatt hour because it's not competitive, what's the value?
So the potential for revenue to be generated is part of what goes into the value, which is why we have the utilities provide us with their financial information. So we do take that into account in the values.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking this question. You say they send you reports. Do you do actual visual assessments going out?
Not unless sometimes the utilities ask us to come and view, especially during maybe an appeal of their valuation. But typically we would use the information, the financial information and other information that's provided to us. So we do not go out and visually inspect every year, but from time to time we will go out and visit.
Representative Ullery has a question.
Yeah, statement first and then a question. This committee worked very, very hard to take the evaluation of the utilities away from local properties because we had a situation in New Hampshire where Town A was valuing a telephone pole that cost $26,000 to put in. Some of them were charging $26,000 a year for the pole, and the town 100 yards away over the town line was charging $0. So we leveled it out. That's one thing, so that everyone understands. The second issue is you're doing property, this is a property evaluation.
Mhm.
They have an appeal to you to determine whether you did, or do they have an appeal to the land use court?
So they have an appeal to us first. If they're not satisfied with the results here, then they can go to the Board of Tax and Land Appeals or to Superior Court. And that's how it works for all of our taxpayers. If you appeal a business tax assessment, you start with our administrative hearings process within DRA, which, yes, sits at DRA, but we work very hard to keep them walled off. And then if you're not satisfied there, then you have the opportunity to proceed.
Madam Chair, would this then mean that if the new Superior Court judge on land use is approved, another field of expertise needs to be added to his resume?
That is out of our purview, so I cannot answer that question. However, Representative Schamberg has a question.
If I could interrupt for just 1 minute, just to address Representative Ullery's point about the local values. So the DRA, you're correct, assesses the utility property value for all of the utilities in the state. Some municipalities utilize our values. Others decide to assess their own values and use their own contract assessor or in-house assessor to perform that work. You mentioned earlier this week the work that Representative Abrami did with a commission that developed HB 700 commission. That was to make the valuation of transmission facilities or transmission property uniform. There was additional work done that is still in a study committee, I believe, to look at making the valuation of generation and distribution. I might be mixing up distribution and transmission, but anyway, to make that more uniform. That work hasn't concluded yet. But so you can still see different values from town to town and between the state and the municipalities in those areas. But good memory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the DRA does town evaluations of real estate properties, right? Every year.
We review the reassessments and reappraisals that are done in the municipalities, and we ensure that the municipalities are meeting the constitutional requirement to fully reevaluate all property every 5 years. But we don't actually do the work. The work is done at the town level. We just monitor it.
Representative Platt?
Yes, this utility property tax is passed on to electric ratepayers, right? So or it's paid by ratepayers?
It's likely that the business passes that on. That is something that could happen, yes.
Representative Phillips?
Thank you. Is this utility tax, is this the tax that was developed in conjunction with the education lawsuit? Or
that is before my time, but to your point, this tax goes 100% into the education trust fund. So these utilities do not pay at the local level. They do not pay the statewide education property tax because
that's where it came from.
Okay, thank you.
20 years ago.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. It was part of the original education funding plan. And it went in there and got forgotten.
Representative Britton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding the assessment, I know we were involved in a rather large lawsuit by 2 generators. And we had an assessor that most of the other towns had already had as well. And apparently he didn't do a very great job on doing that. We ended up with a multi-town settlement. So that was simply because we ignored the assessments that DRA did?
Yes, so municipalities have the option to use our assessed value for the utility property tax. Many towns do not. In general, the amounts that are the assessed value amounts that are determined by a contract assessor or a local assessor employed by the town that the municipality may use, they tend to be higher than the amounts that the DRA has determined. So there's pluses and minuses to that.
Thank you. I would say there's a lot of minuses, actually.
My apologies. I put an R in your name for some reason. I've been saying it wrong. I apologize. Any other questions right now? Oh, Representative Platt.
This covers more than just electric facilities, does it not? Does it apply to gas as well?
Correct.
And anything else?
Correct. Yep. Gas, electric transmission, generation, coal generation, nuclear.
But gas, you said?
Gas pipelines. Yep. Gas as well.
Okay. And any other form of energy?
Wind. Yep. Yep. One more.
Oh, apologize. Representative Almy, sorry.
Thank you. On solar, is there a floor on when you have to start paying that? So it would just be very large solar.
I don't know the answer to that off the top
It's
of my head.
not somebody with it on their rooftop.
It would not be it would not be someone with it on their rooftop. It would need to be a larger scale, but I can find out for you the answer to that. Okay. Any other? Okay, last page. Page 10. It's just a summary of everything that we went through. So it's one-stop shop to look at the DRA high and lows for 23 and then the high and low growth ranges for 24 and 25. So it's really just meant to be a reference for you. We talked about all the difficult stuff.
Excellent presentation. We have a lot to think about. I'm sure we'll have questions, but thank you. This is very easy for me to read, at least, and I learned a lot, so thank you. Okay, we can take a break, I think. Chris, want to come back at 1?
That works for me. And
Okay,
we can
great.
start with the worksheet. I can go over what the function of that will be for this committee. And maybe there's some taxes or some revenues we can discuss as maybe getting done today.
That would be
I was
great.
thinking about fish and game and highway funds, since those tend to be two of the revenue areas that come last. Let's get them out of the way first.
So we have a sense of
if you're ready.
accomplishment today. We can check something off the list. Is that the goal?
And swept. I think maybe swept might be another one we could address today.
You'll have to help me understand parliamentarian. Do we just do straw votes at this point? Or do we actually have to go into an executive session? Or?
There's no executive session necessary. It's just if the committee can come to a straw poll agreement, we'll put whatever you agree to, we'll put into the resolution that this committee will look at, make sure it's what you've all agreed to, and then you move forward to the full floor.
Okay. Oh, Representative Putt.
Are you saying our budget's based on straw?
I am not.
Question.
Oh, Representative Ames, sorry.
Sorry, just what is your plan for the rest of the day time?
I think we had planned to go from like 1 to 2:30-ish. Does that sound?
It depends on how long the committee wants to stay. I'll be giving you the worksheet. It's going to be really driven by where you're ready to do some of the work and deciding some of the revenues.
How does that sound? 1 to 2:30 sound reasonable? Try to get something done? Yeah, yes, Representative Spilsbury.
Is it an option to just carry on and break by 1:30?
I am starving, so no. No, that's just me. That's just my vote. What do you guys think? Do you want to keep going and we could just take a 5-minute bathroom break, or do you want to take lunch for half an hour? Tell me.
Well, I was going to say about the other straw polls work well, but they might work well right this moment.
Right, absolutely. Tell me your thoughts, folks.
How about 12:30 to 2? Come back at 12:30 and go to 2 or 1:30.
I need an hour.
All right, so the sense I'm hearing is that lunch is actually important. And we'll come back at 1 and we'll go to 2 or 2:30, depending on how we feel, but no later. Everyone agree to that? Raise your hand. Anyone opposed to that? Raise your hand. Okay, I think we have consensus. Great. See you back at 1. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's that? Okay. Welcome back. Chris Shea is going to lead us through his worksheets.
Jumping right in, huh? So everybody should have a document that looks like this in front of them. It's basically the organization sheet for this committee. So each time, start after today, each time this committee meets and makes decisions, I'll update this document, and then you'll get a new version of it. The version will be sent to you electronically, as well as I'll provide the hard copies, and it will also be available on our website. Every piece of information that has come through to this committee related to revenues, so all the economic briefings, all the agency presentations that you've heard over the last couple of weeks, all that information has been loaded onto our website. So if you're remembering or recalling, an agency said X in their presentation, but you can't put your hands on your paper copy, it is on our website. And I'll send the link out a little later again today, just to remind people.
Representative Putt?
This doesn't say millions. I assume it is, though.
Excuse me, to what? What's your,
The numbers.
so if you look right on the front page, right at the bottom, it says in millions. I'll increase the font if you would like. You were cheating and going ahead. So the document's broken into basically 3 sections. You got your general fund and education trust funds, your highway funds, and your fish and game funds that this committee is responsible for providing unrestricted revenue estimates for. Most of the play occurs in the general funds and the education trust fund. That's where there's, I would say, a little bit more debate, a little bit more questions. So if you turn to page 3, you're going to see across the top, you'll see column headings A, B, C, D, and just above that, you'll see Gen ETF. That's just telling you that revenue source, where it's deposited. So if it's the business taxes, it goes to the general fund and the education trust fund. For the work you're doing at the start of this process, you don't have to be concerned with that. You're just coming up with a total number. Once you guys have some estimates made, I'll do a split into those various funds and then provide back to you, how much is going to education trust fund, how much is going to the general fund. When you do your House resolution for revenues, it's still combined, but when we do the revenues in House Bill 1, it splits it out by education trust fund and general fund. So moving down the sheet, going down the rows, so you get your various revenues in the headers, so business taxes, meals and rooms, tobacco, liquor, et cetera, going across. Row 1 is fiscal year 2022. It gives you what the official plan was for fiscal year 2022, and then what was actually collected and reported in the ACFR, and then a difference to that number. You move down to row 8, you have the official plan again, but now you have the governor's estimate, which just came out yesterday, the day before. Then you have rows 11 and 12. It says agencies low and high estimates. That's there due to what you saw today with DRA, where they give you a range. Once we have that range, I will plug the range into these cells so that the committee has it in front of them. And then row 13 would be where you would make your final estimates as to what you think the revenue might be. You can see that under column D, which is liquor transfer, there's already a number in there of 130 million for liquor, because when they came to you, they presented that as what they believed their fiscal 23 would be. That same exercise is done for 24 and fiscal 25. All these numbers will be based on current law. So fortunately, The governor didn't propose rate changes. He didn't propose, other changes to the business tax such as there was last biennium. So you don't see a lot of, we won't have a lot of changes from what the governor said to what is in this document. The only place you're going to see a change is in the CST, so the Communication Services Tax, where the governor has said or has proposed that he believes that should be repealed. In this document, it's not there today, but when you get it next time, you'll see a number that would have been the base number. The reason it's not there today is that I didn't have it yet from the governor's office. So if you look at column G, for fiscal year 24, you're going to see there's nothing there, and the same for 25. Fiscal year 25. I'll populate that with a number, which would be the base number. And then if the House agrees that you think removing or repealing the communication services tax is a good idea, we would reflect that on the surplus statement. So we would make a negative adjustment of an amount on the surplus statement. Representative Fellows? So in order to have an apples to apples comparison, we take the governor's revenue estimates and we put the base revenues back in. So whatever the governor's base revenues were before he made final decisions on changes that he might want to make to revenue, such as repealing the communication services tax. So on this document, in column G, row 16, there's going to be a number there. It's not there today because I didn't have it when I put this together. I got it now, I just didn't have it when I put this document together. That number will be used as you do your estimates based on current law. But at the end of the day, if the House as a body says, we don't want the communication services tax, we want to repeal that, the LBA would carry a negative adjustment on the surplus statement. So we would make sure that your unrestricted revenues reflected that, so that when the budget's being prepared, it would still remain in balance. Anybody else with a question? Yep. See, ACFR is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. I didn't change it. The board that oversees the annual report that requires it as part of their standards, apparently CAFR has some negative meaning to it potentially. I don't have enough to say other than that. That somebody was insulted by the use of CAFR, so they changed it to ACFR.
Okay. All right, we've got an hour,
So-
so let's use it wisely. Yes.
Perhaps we could start working from the back forwards because they're small or steady.
Well, that was something that Chris mentioned, that maybe we could take a look at Fish and Game and see if we can do something there, which is on the back end of the presentation. What do you think?
So yeah, that's fine if you want to turn to page 9.
Yes.
Just to confirm or whatever, I think what was said is he was going to start this afternoon on the ones where there's almost no variability. So that way it's not going to take much time for us to do those. Doesn't really matter where they are in the packet. It's just the
Exactly.
ones we can easily do.
Yes. Well,
So if you look at, we can start with Fish and Game because it's, I think, fairly straightforward. If you look at the, basically there's 2 categories of revenue in the unrestricted Fish and Game. They have Fish and Game licenses and then all other. The Fish and Game licenses has been estimated to be about $9.8 million. The agency recommended that. The governor has agreed with that. The official plan for 23 was 9.8 million. So they don't expect a lot of fluctuations. And if you recall, the director, I think there was a question about during COVID that how there was a spike with licenses and now it's coming back to more of the norm of what they expected. But when people were home, they saw an influx of fishing license, people buying their fishing licenses that maybe hadn't done it for many years and getting out in the woods so that they're away from people. But that seems to be bouncing back out, or they're anticipating bouncing back out into 23 and forward. The governor and the official plan for fiscal year 23 for the other revenue had 3.5 million. Part of the difference there is, if you recall, Fish and Game came in and they said, we actually know how much we're getting in the, there was two revenue sources. They got just over $1 million each related to transfers from other agencies for the OHRV and unrefunded road toll, OHRV and snowmobiles. So they had gotten that amount. So that's what makes up the difference between the 3.5 and the 3.9 that you see for fiscal year 23. 24 and 25, you can see that the governor and the agency are basically giving you the same suggestion.
Representative Southworth.
Maybe you said this when I was out. So are we doing a similar process where you would just make a motion to accept the ones for Fish and Game, and then it would be seconded, any discussion, and then we would vote? Is it going to be like that?
That would be my thought. But I want to just hear if, if there's 1,000 questions and we realize, we really can't decide
But
today.
we would start with a motion, so we get it on the table. So
Yeah.
I'd be glad to make a motion
Okay.
to accept the estimates from Fish and Game. Second? Yes. For 24 and 25. The agency ones for 24 and 25, thank you.
So it'd be for 23, 24, and 25?
That's good.
Fiscal year. That's 3 years, yeah.
I guess we would have to do all three, yes, I agree. And we could do them one at a time. I'm just trying to see what we want. for the
Exactly.
process.
That is a great place to start. So
Second.
the motion is, seconded by Representative Plett. Any discussion about that?
This is a straw vote.
Yes, Representative.
So I had one question I have is, we have all these handouts. Did we get one from Fish and Game?
Yep.
So,
Yet.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago.
oh, okay. Maybe-
It was a
maybe I
single
lost-
page long sheet,
Oh, that would be why. It's so little I can't find it.
and
Staff.
it was the unrefunded road toll for OHRV and Marine that came in at $1 million when it was budgeted for 800,000, and $1.1 million when it was budgeted for the 900. So that's for 23. That's the difference that you see, about the $400,000 difference you see between what the governor had, what the plan had, and what the agency came in with for 23.
Oh, Jordan, excuse me, Representative Yulry.
Yeah, and Representative Fellows, that number will remain the same or increase as more people from Massachusetts come up here and don't pay or don't ask for a refund on the road toll when they get gasoline for their ATVs and their snowmobiles. Because no one tells them they can, and I'm not about to.
In the grand scheme of things, it is like $1 million on a $14 billion budget. But. Okay, so the straw vote we have on the table is to accept the agency estimates for Fish and Game Fund for 2023, 2024, and 2025. All those in favor just... Representative Almy. Yep, go ahead, Representative Almy.
Usually we abbreviate these numbers. We round the numbers on rather than do what they've done here. Every dollar does count for them, but sometimes we've had discussions of, okay, are we going to in 23? Are we going to 13.8 or are we going to 14? But we do round the numbers.
Yep, that's correct. So if you can see how the 9.8, that's kind of the typical way that you would come through with this committee. So you would look at the 3.964 and you might say, let's leave be 4 or leave it at 3.9. You make a decision on what you're comfortable with. In this agency's example, I would say you're probably more comfortable going to 4 because they've said they've gotten in those two large revenues that bump it up by $400,000, slightly over $400,000. more than what they'd anticipated. And then for 24 and 25, you got 357. You could round up to 36, and then from there we would total that out to be the 13.4.
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Do we have to estimate column A and B, or just do we do only C?
I would ask you to do anything that isn't already. If you're comfortable with 9.8, you leave 9.8. But if it's 357, the committee should direct me as to whether you want it to go up to 3.6 or stay at 3.5.
So you,
There are times when the committees, this isn't a great example, but we'll say like the business taxes where maybe you come in with a high and a low and you do an average and it's 0.5, and then you say, okay, we're going to go to the higher number or the lower number. But it's an agreement that the committee makes because that's what you're comfortable with.
So let me just check back with Representative Southworth, who made the motion for the straw vote. Were you saying that you want us to accept the total, like column C, for each of the fiscal years, or did you want to amend that?
Thank you. What I believe is I wanted to get the discussion going, so I want to get the discussion part. But I think amending it, as several have suggested, to 3.6, I think we can go through each of those numbers and pretty easily agree on what to do. So
Okay. Sounds good.
I was flexible.
All right, so all of those in favor of accepting these as rounded, just raise your hand or say aye. Yep. 1, 2,
Aye.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, everyone.
Probably be
Anyone
good-
opposed? Okay, so it
Probably
looks
be
like
good to just race down those numbers and round them. So that, Chris
yeah,
knows whether
yeah,
we're
absolutely.
talking about 0.5 or 0.6.
yes,
What
Yep,
I
so
heard,
I can say what I think you wanted, if that would be easier.
yes.
So fiscal year 23, you would have 9.8 under the fishing game licenses, 4.0 for all other, and the total would be 13.8.
Okay.
Under fiscal year 24, row 16, you would have 9.8, 3.6 under the next column, and then your total would be 13.4. And that would be the same for fiscal year 25.
Okay, great. So we had unanimous. I don't know how many people we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 16 to 0 on our straw vote. Okay, great. Okay, now back to Representative Southworth's point. We're not just going in order here. We're going in terms of maybe simplicity of numbers. So where would you point us to next?
If you want to take a look at the highway fund, we can see if you're comfortable with that. I'll point to places, but you need to tell me if you're not ready to go there. Yeah, page 7. Yep. I'm working on that.
Representative Almy?
Thank you. I'm not comfortable with this. I'd like to see what the numbers of highway users has gone up to. I follow the turnpike numbers, but that leaves out everybody coming from Canada and a lot of the ones in Vermont coming through and such. So I think during the pandemic, they did actually produce numbers that the DOT or DOT, I think, had
DOT
done.
collects the turnpike information.
Well, not just the turnpike information, but the miles traveled on our roads. They gave that to us during the pandemic.
Yeah, and I just don't remember if it was safe. I think it's a DOT puts it together. Safety may have gotten that from DOT, but I'd have to double check with them.
I believe it was somehow they were doing traffic checks outside the turnpike system.
And this is an example of we really haven't gotten the governor's thinking behind this and why his numbers are changing over the years. Representative, who else had the hand? Representative Platt.
yes, and Representative Almy, I think I forgot my question for a moment, so you're not alone.
We were talking about getting old.
Is this an area where we want to wait until the governor's budget person comes and explains a little bit more, or what do you think, guys? Or do you know anything that you want to share with
Well, I
us?
would just point out that the total for 24 and 25, the governor and the agency are the same. It's 23 that there's a slight variation, and it's related to the motor vehicle fees. But and I think Steve might have talked some about that when he came in for his presentation back in January.
Yeah, Representative Platt.
The question I forgot and remembered is, when do the electric vehicle deluge, when is that going to hit? So you have a choice between electric vehicle and electric vehicle.
That's going to
Huh?
take 10 years at least.
Yeah, well, they're pushing it like crazy for a couple of years. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So
Chris, any other?
am I hearing that the committee would like to hold on this, wait for the governor's budget director, and would you like safety to come back in to answer any questions?
Well, now that I'm looking at it, you're right. It's not that different from the agency's estimate. It looked more different for the first year. But thoughts around the room, Representative Almy.
yeah, it does look about the same between them, but they're both assuming that the amount of money coming into the highway fund is going to be growing very slowly, but growing rather than contracting. And we do have more hybrids on the road all the time, as well as the much smaller number of electric cars. And the hybrids are getting much better mileage than when it was down at -20. I was getting 35 miles to the gallon going over the hills.
Well, Representative Ellery, did you have something?
No, going over the hills.
Going over
up
the-
the hills, she was only getting 10.
No, no.
I'm already over the hill.
But what my point was, the electric vehicles and the hybrid vehicles are going to be increasing, but they're going to be increasing at slower numbers.
Not the hybrids.
No, perhaps not the hybrids, but we do have a 1-cent gas tax increase coming up. Remember the 4 years plan that Jasper, under Jasper, we increased the gas tax.
Yes, but didn't we increased it 4 cents all at once,
No,
didn't we?
I don't think
The,
so.
the last increase to the gas tax was, I believe, was 4.2 cents, but that was restricted. So it's money that's not what you're estimating.
Okay, so it's not in there. Okay, thank you.
Representative Rochert, I think, had a question.
I think I answered it. I think, Chris, I'm on page 151 of the ACFR. I think that's where we have our 10-year historical of the gas tax. I believe that's what I'm looking at.
Yep, you're
Okay.
right. The
All right. I just want
fourth
to make sure I'm looking.
row down.
So it looks like going back, I mean, take aside from the pandemic, 124, 125 is pretty consistent with regular road traffic, not assuming any type of electric vehicle or anything else. Okay, thank you.
Representative Orrs, and then Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, maybe you could verify this. And having done this kind of work, I mean, I'm looking at it, it's like this isn't even a rounding error. The differences in 2022 and the fact that they're all so close. Could you imagine us exceeding these, like this number where it's even in our favor in 2022 if there was even a rounding error in this?
No, we didn't. So I think again, you've heard some of the discussion when DRA was here. At the time these estimates were being made, we were just coming out of COVID hibernation. People were coming back to the offices, but they weren't sure how quickly people were going to be back in the offices. People started traveling a little bit more. So I think when safety made its estimates, they were a little bit conservative because of some of those concerns. And fortunately, we exceeded what they had planned for.
Representative Southworth?
Yes, yeah, my focus is on the agency estimates, which look pretty consistent for 23, 24, and 25. So my sense is if we don't approve it today, are there real questions that would change our minds if we waited? And I don't want to lose questions, but that's what I'm always thinking. We can always keep gathering more information, but are there really any things here that we would change our mind about? So maybe do you always want to make a motion before there's a straw poll? Or let's see. I'm just thinking of a system, but
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure what works best actually yet. We can certainly do the motion thing, just like we did last time.
okay.
Want to do that?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept the agency figures for 23, 24, and 25 for the highway fund.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to just take a vote real quick on that and then we can go from there? Or do you want to discuss it some more? Oh, Representative Fellows? We'll get into a rhythm. I just want to feel up the
So
committee.
I'd like to slow down a little bit here. So if we're going to talk about the highway fund, I'd really like an opportunity for everybody to look in the annual financial report and to get the, handouts that agency gave us. So I can like see my notes and just see what they told us about factors that would influence, some adjustment to projections, because I just think we're moving really too fast here. You're moving too fast for me, I can tell you that.
Right, okay. Representative Almy?
Yeah, I'd just like to concur with that. I think that this is a little bit difficult to predict, and they did give us some more information that we should look at, and there are more consequences, I think, than Fish and Game if we say that they're getting in more than they do get in, because the budget is frequently having to backfill the department at this point.
Representative, someone have a hand up over here. Yes, Representative
up.
Bolton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just got a question, like, where does the governor get his estimates if not from like DRA and Chris?
The governor works with the agencies to get his estimates. And so they will meet with the governor's budget director. They'll go through a process of, maybe there's some guidance that the governor's office has that says, revenue seems to be doing X and Y. So when you give me estimates, incorporate that. I don't know for highway funds if there was anything specific, or if they just said, safety, you're the expert because you collect the road toll. What are you seeing for trends? Thank you. I can't, that's where Director Gary would be able to answer some of those questions in terms of what their office did with the agency.
Yeah.
Representative Plett and then Representative Spilsbury.
Madam Chair, I want to understand this process. There was a motion made and we could vote it up or down. But if it's a straw poll, so that's not binding us to anything until we take a final vote, right? We could come back and change the number.
We could definitely come back. This is just to get a sense of where the committee is, and I haven't really. I don't think we've fine-tuned the process quite yet. We'll get to a rhythm, but I just kind of want to see where the committee wants to go on this. At some point, we do have a motion for a straw vote on the table, so we'll just at least see where we're at. If we're 50-50, obviously we're not going to go forward yet, and we'll see what we need to do next. If we're, 19-1, then we'll go from there. I guess we're just kind of getting a sense of the committee today. I had recognized Representative Spilsbury, so we'll do that, and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to support the motion, but I'm curious. The discrepancies are very minor. In 24 and 25, it's 200 up, 200 down, comes out in the wash in the total. Are the discrepancies based on different points in time for the viewpoint? Is there a different date at which the governor's estimate was made in conjunction with his agencies versus the agency presentation we have?
I don't think so. I think it may be, if you look at the sheet that Department of Safety provided you, when you look at the road toll, there's 3 lines that fall under that. I suspect that they included 2 lines and not all 3. I checked with Department of Safety last night because I was curious as to why there was a difference and if they had done something different with the governor. And Steve suggested no. And he suggested that the gray line that gets you to 125, actually 124.3, 125, and 126 for your road toll is the number they would support, 125.6. I haven't had a chance to talk to the governor's budget director. As you might guess, he was being pulled in many directions yesterday. So we've emailed some, but I haven't had a conversation yet.
Representative Fellows.
So my other question is, I'm wondering why we don't have somebody, if we knew ahead of time which agencies we were going to discuss, why we don't have somebody from that agency just sitting here. So, when we have questions, we could just ask somebody that knows the details.
Today we're just kind of getting a feel for where the committee is. There may be some, like we found with Fish and Game, that we are pretty comfortable with what we had for information. We've already had the presentation. But in a case like this, if the straw poll ends up showing us that we're not ready yet, we know when our next revenue estimate meetings are, and we can certainly ask those people to come back if we need. That's what we can decide
Yeah, because
upon.
we should be doing that right now because we've got like less than an hour to go. So we just should be saying we're really solid on this one and we can say something, or else we need to skip this one and have
Right. And
schedule
we're using
it.
this as a test. We're just getting
Okay.
started. And, some of you are new to this committee. I don't know your decision-making styles. I don't know how much information you need or want. I mean, I'm just trying to get a feel for it. I'm at your service, so we'll do whatever the committee feels we need.
Well, that's where I'm.
Okay. But we do have a motion on the table, so let's just get a sense. Well, what is the vote? We have a straw vote to accept the agency total estimates for 23, 24, and 25. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we have 12 for that. And how many opposed? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 12 to 4. I want you guys to be comfortable. So let's hold off on this. At least we made a note of that. And if we can go back. Let's go back to it on the 27th. I believe it's the next time we get together. And how about this? Why don't you look through your notes and see if you can understand it yourselves. Look at or go online and look at the presentations online. And if you still feel like you have burning questions, either send those questions to us or we'll invite the agency head to come out. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. Representative
I just have a
Sure.
question for Chris. Chris, what page on our official financial report would we find the fiscal year 2022 highway fund or road gas toll? It says 123,918. Is it on page 151?
151. Yep.
And what column?
So you're going to go down to the
Where am I, Dave?
Gas tax.
Right, but I'm looking at this number here.
Oh yeah, that's different.
It is different. I just want just any idea how it's different it is. Why is it different? Well, maybe you can look at that later.
Okay.
Just the 123.9 is different than the 122.1 I see on the official report here. Okay. Well, we can continue on. I just want to see if Chris can somehow
Okay. You
make
got
this
that on
all
your list?
jive together.
Yeah.
Good question.
Okay, so this will be on the list. I'm going to make a list here. Things we can check off, things that we want to maybe revisit, but you guys are going to have to do your own personal homework. Go back, read your stuff, see if you can answer your own questions or see what really remains, and we will get those questions answered. Okay. So, yes, I've posted notes everywhere. So, Chris, is there another agency you would care to identify for us?
Page 5. You have the swept, the column P. I mean, it's statutorily driven to be 263.1 in 23, and then it goes back up to 363.1 in 24 and 25. So it's an easy one, I think. Again, it's,
Representative Platten.
I move 263.1 for fiscal year 2023 and 360. Huh?
263.
263.1 is what I said.
So
For
that-
2023.
Can you clarify your motion? Are you simply moving swept right now, column P?
Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
Okay, yep.
And so I moved 263.1, like I said, in fiscal 23 and 363.1 for 24 and 25, which is by law.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. More discussion on that? Okay. All those in favor of accepting the agency estimates for swept for 23, 24, and 25, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everyone, great, thank you. Okay, so that one we can check off on that list. Representative Almy.
Can I make a motion for Medicaid recoveries?
Yes, please.
And I explain it, that we accept the, that's the same page. It's right next to sweat.
Column Q.
Yeah. Yeah, M-AID recoveries. That's Medicaid recoveries. Except they're doing high and low is the same. So, that we accept the agency numbers of 2.6 million in 23, 2 million in 24, and 2.1 million in 25. And I'm doing that because they may be off by 100,000 or so, but they are not getting very much money out of this. It's a tiny amount of money relative to their overall budget, infinitesimal amount of money. And I think we should just go with that. We're not going to get any more information.
Okay, we have a motion to accept Medicaid recoveries, agency estimates, right? So do we have a second on that? Yes, Epperly. Representative Ames and then
Yeah.
Representative Junior.
I see that the governor's estimate
Oh,
for these is 2.5. So it seems to me that we ought to know the explanation of that.
Representative Junigian.
My question's the same. I'm wondering why the governor's estimate is so low at 1.8. I don't know if that's a typo or.
And then it gets
evens out when you look at 3 years combined.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I guess maybe we need to ask the governor's person. to
All right, so
withdraw
we
that.
have a motion. Any more discussion on that?
Can
All
I amend the motion
sure.
that we wait until the 27th when we can listen to the governor's person?
So we're
explain
basically
this?
not doing that. All right, we'll hold off. So that will be on the January 27th list.
Point of order.
Yes.
For a simple one like that, does it make more sense to simply email him? We might have the answer tomorrow. It may be a very simple thing.
I love it.
I mean, it's still, I'd like to have the person here on the 27th, but some of these questions might be able to be answered really quickly. Like you said, the other was like an anomaly that it wasn't the same, so.
right. And I'll happily reach out and try to get answers.
So
and-
yeah, we'll have a lot of questions today, and then if you send us, say, these are the 5 questions, and it's easy to answer these
Yes.
3, but they'll come for these 2.
Yes, if it's simple, something simple like that doesn't require like discussion, then let's just get a quick answer to the question. We'll do another straw poll on the 27th, see where we're at from there. Okay, I saw a hand up over here.
Saying these numbers are so small,
Yeah.
to try to finagle them, so what? What are we accomplishing? So
What is he?
accept them, in my view.
Well, we had a motion, now it was amended to hold off, basically. So you pulled your motion.
I pulled my motion. Yeah.
Is someone else that'd like to make a motion? Does someone want to propose something
I'll
else?
make the motion to restore the motion.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're gonna go with 2023. What do we say? 2.6 million. 2024, 2 million. 2025, 2.1 million.
Is there a second? Okay, all right. All right, let's just do a vote on that. All those in favor of supporting those numbers, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, everyone. So, okay, that one worked. So,
And I'll still reach out to the director to see why there's a slight variation.
Yeah.
You can always have a motion to reconsider.
well, absolutely. Again, this is just trying to get a feel for where we are today. Again, if you go back over the weekend and you want to do the deep dive on these presentations again, go for it. There's maybe you see something that you want to talk about again. Okay, so
How about on page 4, tobacco settlement, column N? You'll see that the governor accepted the agency's estimates that were presented before this committee January 25th, I think it was, or maybe February 7th, one of those 2 dates.
Representative Ames.
Chris, it seems to me that there are periodic events with the settlement money that sometimes make a difference. I mean, they're unexpected happenings, and I know that's happened in the past. And is there a time when they do an update on this, or maybe we should check on that? I don't know, because it can sometimes be multiple millions, and it has been in the past.
So the short answer is no. They find out in April when the settlement's distributed.
So
It usually not usually, it has come in 2 payments. And then they'll get a final number for the current year you're in. So in April, you'll know 23. There may be something that DOJ is aware of that could influence slightly what they've suggested for 24 and 25. But I believe when the attorney was here, he talked about that there's a lot of unpredictables that get mixed into this that they just can't consider at this time. So when they do their estimates, they tend to be fairly conservative so that they don't give you too much idea of an influx of money. But I would say that, in April, when you see what they get, if they don't come back to Senate Ways and Means, that this committee may have them come in and just say, where are you at today? And has that changed anything you gave us?
So another way of answering that is that there may be that kind of new information, but it's going to be too late for us.
That
So
would be
we need
correct.
to go with these numbers, right?
Yes, Representative Southworth.
So from my perspective, really, these numbers are just for budgeting purposes, and
That's
anything
correct.
could happen is kind of what they said.
No, I was asked,
No, I mean, these numbers here are for budgeting purposes, but in terms of what the settlement actually does, they said it basically was unpredictable.
that's correct. And in response to that, one of the Representative Fellows maybe asked for the 10-year period of getting the, what was predicted or planned for and what was the actual payment, or maybe it was Representative Almy. I sent that to the committee members, and you'll see that it fluctuates by a few million almost every year. So you may get a few million more or less than what's been budgeted. And again, it depends on factors that the attorney suggested he has no influence over.
Representative Almy.
Yes, and as I remember, the one huge variation that we had was at the time when they finally were settling cases that they'd been arguing over for 4 or 5 years, and almost all of them got settled the same year.
In fiscal 2013.
And that he doesn't believe there's much like that out there now.
Right. In fiscal 2013, the plan had called for 42.4 million you actually got 63.2 million in, and it's as a result of what Representative Almey's talking about. There was a number of issues in the master settlement agreement that hadn't been fully resolved. Many of those were finally resolved, and as a result of that, the states were trued up in what was owed to them. Since then, you've seen fluctuations as high as 10.9 million above the plan or 2.6 million below the plan. Since 2017, everything has been slightly above the plan or significantly above the plan.
Representative Roachford.
Yeah, I don't think, based on the testimony we heard and the numbers that we saw, I mean, I don't think we have a whole lot of basis within this committee to tweak these numbers all that much. I mean, even the testimony we heard was he throws darts every year, and for lack of a better description. So, I mean, I would be willing to accept these numbers based on the fact that there's really not much we could do with that, and even the agency was unsure where we go from one year to the next.
Representative Spilsbury.
I'm pretty much echoing what's been said, but what I recall of the testimony is he said the only thing he's sure of is that the number is wrong. And so from a budgeting perspective, we shouldn't be budgeting for an unforeseen bonus. What he was really forecasting is a continued declining trend.
Did I see a hand over here? Okay. Do we want a motion?
I think it was made, wasn't it?
Okay. Is there a second? Shamrock? Okay, excellent. Okay, so the motion on the table, or as a straw vote, is that we accept the agency estimate for 23, 24, and 25. All those in favor, raise your arm, please. Thank you. Looks like it's unanimous. Yeah. Okay, so we will continue on, and we won't need to revisit that unless you come up with a reason why we need to. Great choice.
The next one I'm going to point you to, I'm not suggesting that you need to act on it today, but I just need to know if there's any questions, is the lottery in column M. So I think there was some questions the other day, and if there's certain questions that I need to ask the Lottery Commission to let me know what those are.
I definitely got the sense that we needed to hear more from them, but I'm not sure I have a list of questions yet, but please speak up, folks. Yes, Representative Almey. Sorry.
Yes, the one that I was most interested in was a breakdown, which he'd always given us before, a breakdown by game, type of game. Yep. And the trend in scratch tickets, the trend in Super Bowl, Powerball, not Super Bowl, and the rest of them. Powerball and Mega Millions are pretty much like putting your money in a slot machine. You might win or you might not, but the scratch tickets are fairly consistent one way or another, and yeah. And the charitable gaming money we're spending a lot of time on as money is not much.
Representative Southworth?
Just double checking. Was there somewhat of an anomaly for 2023, whether it was a big pot or something like that?
Yes.
Because then it seems steady.
It was.
So
That was
There's been
Powerball.
several
So that was
Powerball,
why
Mega Million.
2023 was higher, was an anomaly.
That's some of it, yes.
Yes, thank you.
But to Representative Almey's point, I think the committee does deserve the breakdown by the various revenue sources. So I will reach out to the Lottery Commission to ask for that, and then ask them to come in either on the 27th or 28th.
Right. And the sports betting is, I think, one of the just taking off, which is unfortunate. But anyway,
Representative Phyllis.
Yeah, I remember that the commissioner didn't bring something with him to the presentation that we had because he'd been on vacation. So I don't know if we got that presentation, but I think I'd
emailed
like
it.
to go through the whole thing again. Just that his, not asking him about what the lottery does anymore, but just focusing on why are these why are these your estimates? Because
So-
some things are volatile and there are some things that I believe he probably is taking into account the activity in other states. So we may lose some of those programs, like the, he was talking about like betting on your telephone, that. So I don't do any of that, so I don't know very well, but that Massachusetts picking that up means we probably will go down. So that's the part I would like to hear all over again.
Yeah, so it sounds like we should request someone from the lottery to come back and explain that in more depth.
Yep.
That'd be great. Anyone else? Yes, Representative Orrs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Rep Fellows, for bringing that up. I mean, that was a disaster. I couldn't believe it. So yes, I think we need every.
Representative Almy and then Platt.
Yeah, but we did ask for a fiscal note on a bill, I think, last time. That hasn't come yet. It has? Oh, good. And I didn't see it.
Representative Platt?
Yes, they got a plethora of games out there, the scratch cards and all that stuff. Is there a saturation point where they add one more, it doesn't grow the pot?
I think that's a good question for the director. I mean, what we've heard him talk about in this committee before, scratch tickets seem to be steady. That seems to be a very reliable revenue source. It's your Mega Millions and Powerballs and those types of games that sometimes fluctuate because people tend to play those when there's bigger jackpots and may not play them as often when there's not. And then you have the sports betting issue that is taking off a little bit more quickly than I think they anticipated. And maybe it's leveling out. I don't know. But I think these are all appropriate questions for Charlie and his team to discuss with this group.
Representative Ulrich.
Yeah, could you talk to the commissioner as well and ask him? The question is, fiscal year 2023, he's got an anomaly coming in, but we've had two within 8 weeks, 10 weeks of each other of $500 million. Well, one was $1 billion and the other was $500 million. The take to New Hampshire was relatively large in both of those. And is that 2023 year or is it 2024 year on those? And I'm not sure where it splits. It should be 23.
I believe
Is
it's
that
all
what-
23 that you're referencing, but again, we would need to just confirm with Charlie.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
I'm just, and for some members of the committee, just to regard the list of the different programs that are out there and which $1 and $2 tickets pay out the best would be.
And where the prize tickets still reside.
Representative Fellows.
Yes, I'm also, you may know the answer to this. I thought for sure the scratch tickets and the Powerball, all those kinds of games definitely went to the trust fund, education trust fund. I thought the sports betting was different, but is that not correct? Is anything the lottery commission oversees, all of that goes to the education trust?
That's
fund?
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they have the lottery fund, which is what they do their day-to-day business out of. And at the end of, I think it's every month they do a transfer. At the end of every month they do a transfer. And that transfer is the revenue or profit that they don't need for their day-to-day business that goes to the education trust fund.
And that includes the casinos also?
Charitable gaming? Yes.
Yeah, I think, just if I may, it's in the Constitution. I mean, all the lottery revenue defined as net of costs and maybe and set asides for problem gaming fund and that kind of thing. All the revenue has to go pour into the into the education trust fund.
All right, we'll definitely have lottery come back with more information, a lot more information.
And I just wanted to clarify too that the lottery did come in with a presentation. They didn't have revenue information in it. It was just an overview of their department.
Yeah.
But they did give us an email based on a question of what their projections were that I forwarded to the committee. And that's how we have the numbers in there for the 170.8, 158, and 163.
And we just need to have that fleshed out so that we can ask questions.
Yep,
and
no,
all that. Yeah,
understood. I
okay,
just
great.
wanted to give Charlie a little bit of credit for something that
Yeah,
he did do.
no, he did do that, and we appreciate
Right.
that. It's just we obviously have a lot more questions. I'm sorry, Representative Plitt, and then Representative Alm.
Yeah, ask him what the odds are of them being right.
No, Representative Almy.
Yes, somebody mentioned saturation. Saturation is a cultural number. In Massachusetts, when Charlie joined us about 10 years ago, on the amount per capita, including the babies, that was being gambled in the counties, on Massachusetts counties next to New Hampshire, was $1,100 and something. So, and New Hampshire was way behind that. I didn't see a number, but and in looking at the big casinos in casino studies that were done by a paid casino person, New Hampshire was the lowest spending in the region. Now we are they are increasing our saturation levels right now. So we could have considerable growth in this. Not that I would like it, but we could have considerable growth in this still to come.
Okay. Yes, Representative Ullery.
That would also bring up the question regarding our sports betting and how much that will decline with Massachusetts developing their sports betting. Again, as an estimate, but Charlie's pretty good at estimating. He did warn us off the $50 tickets that cost Massachusetts a whole bunch of money. Yep. But that's, that's going to be an assault on revenue from that particular aspect. Although so far it doesn't look like the sports betting has done anything in Mass. I think $7,500.
I have no idea.
All right, so we obviously need a presentation from them. We didn't get the full-fledged one, so we'll definitely schedule that for the 27th. There may be a few other small categories we could take a look at in our short amount of time. On this page, I see maybe column I. What do you guys think?
I get better estimates than this here.
The governor's estimate, there's a tiny one, I guess, but actually, I take that back. In 2003, the agency thinks it's getting in more than the governor. But in general, the courts have usually gotten in less than we tell them they were going to get in when we try to increase them.
A question for
Representative Southworth.
Yes, I do notice, and I wonder again if it's anomaly type stuff, that often the governor is a little different in 23, but then he's exactly the same in 24 and 25. So I'm wondering if that's really a big issue, exactly what happened in 23, if by 24 and 25 he's matched everything up.
Again, I would need to confirm with the governor's budget director, but I suspect it's maybe some of it's rounding when they were putting together their numbers. They didn't go out to the 10th,
All right, Representative Ullery, then Ames, and then Plitt.
We need to remember that on court fees, that good portion of that is split with motor vehicle because mailing goes to Department of for some unknown reason. Mail-ins go to the Department of Safety and don't get counted in the general revenue, but get put in the general revenue. While if you go to court, it goes in through and is recorded as court fees. I don't know how to correct that, and I know that safety doesn't want to correct it because I have a fishing. They've got a skimming net in there somewhere, but
Oh dear.
Yeah, would it be in order to move some numbers? Okay. Well, then I would move for the court fine and fees, column I, 13.8 for fiscal year 23, 13.9 for 24, 14.1 for 25.
Is second, Representative Almy, I guess, is right there. Okay, any more discussion on this that I've missed? All right, all those in favor of accepting that motion, raise your hand. Excellent, unanimous. We do not need to revisit that. Check.
I'm wondering about something that's large.
Can you turn on your microphone? Because we can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. Other. We can't predict other at all. It's up to DAS. If we want to hold on to it to the end and ask them, have you changed anything? Then that's one thing, but other than that.
Just one thing before you go with other.
Yeah.
You'll notice that the governor's got a number of 97. I put a number of 111.
Mm-hmm.
And so I reached out to the governor's director on that one in particular. He believes his number, and there was already some of the interest that the treasurer discussed with you was already kind of baked into the other number that he had.
Mm-hmm.
I have it as a separate number, so I need to confirm what's correct for at least 23. 24 and 25, you could go forward with that, but I would ask the committee just
So
to
why
hold
don't we wait?
23.
Yeah.
Just till I get an answer. I don't want you to put 111 and then find it was wrong. The other thing I'd like to point out with the other is at the bottom, you'll see the amount of the interest revenue that's being included in those numbers. And you see that they tie right to the governor's in 24 and 25. So I just need to clarify 23 for you.
Good.
Representative Ellery?
Well, since it appears we've decided what to do with other, it's time for beers.
Oh,
So
that's a thought.
I would like to move the agency estimates of 13.2, 13.2, 13.2. That sounds repetitive because it is.
Okay, do we have a second? Seconded by Representative Janigian. Any questions, comments? Representative Roachford? Okay, then all those in favor of accepting that motion, raise your hand. 1, 2.
And I understand you're having 3 beers.
Yeah, it's illegal. Can't do that. All right, that's unanimous. Although I can give you a discount. No, then I go out of business, but okay. Securities, Representative Southwood, would you like to just discuss that a little bit?
I just don't want to make all the motions, but is there someone who'd like to make a motion to approve securities?
Sure.
Right next to you.
Representative Flint moves that we accept the agency estimates for column J securities revenue for 45 million in 2023, 45.8, 4 and 46.6 million in 2025.
Is there a second? Representative? Okay. Okay, any discussion, questions, comments? All those in favor, raise your arm. Boy, people want to get out of here, don't they? Okay, it looks like it's unanimous. Thank you.
Well, it is an accomplishment to think of the number we've done. Yeah.
It's fun to check, put a check mark.
We went through the easy one.
Yeah, we did the easy part. Chris, are there other things that you might want us looking at that could be simple?
I think maybe the only other one might be liquor on page 3, column D, unless there's some need for additional information there.
Representative Ullery.
Has liquor indicated that the decline that took place during COVID has changed, or are they still running kind of lower than anticipated.
They're not running lower. The issue you've seen the last 3 years is there's been an extra amount deducted from their revenue before it got to the general fund. So the Granted Advantage, the Medicaid Expansion Fund. So during COVID and in 2 years after, with the increased rolls, the Medicaid expenses have been more than originally budgeted. It was put in statute that the commissioner could request a transfer from the Liquor Commission to fill that gap. So in 20 and 21, it was about $8 million. And then in 22, it was about 7 million. They don't expect to do that again in 23 or going forward. But so their revenue has come down, but a little bit because of that, but they were trending upwards, right? Their forecast was up, but there's that, and there's another 10 to 11 million that gets transferred. So when you look at their presentation, you'll see their gross line is going up, but then they subtract some, and then the amount going to the general fund has been a little less than anticipated.
Follow up? No. Okay. Representative Almy?
Yeah, isn't it, they don't expect to be doing that next year because we're going to have to come up with a plan to finance or get rid of expanded Medicaid. And it might not be that way.
No. So they expect the Medicaid rolls will start to come down,
Yeah.
and then the cost associated with that will come down, and they think they should be, they being the Department of Health and Human Services, should be able to manage within that revenue stream that they have for the Granted Advantage and not need the extra bump from Liquor Commission.
Okay, so that's unrelated to that other one.
I do know there
but
is a
then-
difference
yeah,
between
the
the
governor
governors and the
differs each
agencies. Do you know anything about that one?
I don't.
So we probably should ask.
Could the governor be doing current law, which is that Medicaid expansion hasn't been approved yet?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question.
He never does current law.
So, does Medicaid expansion have to be reauthorized for this next budget? It does.
Well, I think it needs to be done by fiscal 24. So I think the idea was that it might be worked on some this year. I don't know where that's at. I know there was some potential bills being introduced, but I don't know what the flavor of it is. And I don't know what's going to happen with some of the funding mechanisms that were in place.
I wonder, folks, is this something that we want to hear from the governor's budget office, or are you comfortable making a decision on?
I think we need to hear from them.
I mean, to me, the question would be that simple is, did in fact, they have not accounted for the Medicaid expansion here, and that's what the difference is. And again, if they do current law, which is what these numbers are supposed to be, you would take that out.
But he never has used current law in
Never.
his presentations.
Susan, I bet he has a couple times, but.
So,
Representative Fellows?
Not that I
yeah,
recall.
so I think they're also still building new liquor stores, so that might have some kind of impact on their revenues, so if they
Representative Platt?
come back, they can help us
Yeah,
figure
to
that
me,
out.
it's saturated. They build more liquor stores, it increases convenience, but doesn't necessarily increase sales. But they differ. They think they're getting more sales with every store.
All right, sounds like we're not ready to make a decision on this one. We need questions answered and
Yep.
maybe some time to look back on their presentation. Think about other concerns, questions you might have, unless someone feels strongly about something.
I'm going to go home and contribute to the liquor tax.
Madam Chair,
Representative Ors and then Representative Almy.
also, I thought we were about done on that, but I thought, can we look at insurance tax today, or that one looks like a no-brainer unless I'm missing something.
All right, I'm open to looking at insurance tax if the rest of the group is.
Yeah. Well,
or at least look at your paperwork and see if. But we're gonna have to ask the question. We'll ask the question about does the governor's numbers take into account Medicaid expansion or not? And how does that work? Don't know if we need a presentation yet from Liquor. Think about that as we get another 10 days before we have to schedule anything. So, Representative Almy.
Thank you. The insurance department has always, but I guess because the woman who always did it finally did not come this year, they've taken us through the hard and the soft markets for different parts of the insurance tax. And I felt really odd getting just an overall number, period. I don't know if we could get out of them what their actuaries think is happening to the different markets for the different parts of insurance.
Representative Fellows.
Yeah, for the insurance, I mean, in FY22, they have 155 million, and then the plan for 2003, those numbers are all a lot lower. So I think we need explanation of why.
They actually gave that to us.
Well, I don't remember.
Well, and this is where maybe just we need a little time, and we have it. We have a solid week to go back to our notes, look back at the presentation, see if we understand it. If we don't, we absolutely have them come back. But that's when I actually remember. So, but it's up to you. If we want them to come back, we can certainly do that. Or if we want to just look at our notes and come back and discuss it some more. Or we can make a decision. Whatever you guys want to do today.
So did he make the motion?
I don't think we had a motion. Yeah.
I was about to make a motion, but with the intervening conversation, I think maybe it's best held till next time we meet.
Yeah, I really think maybe it's just because I've listened to it for 20 years, but that the different parts of insurance, the health, the property and casualty, the life insurance and such, and where the actuaries think that market is going is something that we did used to get, and I'm hoping that they were considering, but I don't know because it's a totally new department.
So is the group thinking that we would like someone to come back and present that and explain it, or just
Yes.
email us the information? You would like them to come?
Either one, but
Could you reach out to them and see
I
if there's
can.
something they could do? And if they can come, even if it's for 15 minutes, that might be helpful.
And I would suggest that maybe you'd want them in the room because I think it's a more complicated revenue source.
Yeah. Okay.
The way that the prepayments work, the way that they have to reconcile, the way that the rates are different for property versus health. I think I would suspect there might be some questions that would be
Okay.
best just to have them here.
Okay, great. Then we'd love to have them back.
right. Yeah, that was by far the shortest presentation I've ever heard from them.
Oh, Representative Platt.
Motion to adjourn.
Just one, before you do that, just one quick thing for you guys. No more projections, no more estimating, just, so based on your actions today, you'll get this document back. It'll be updated with, penciled in essentially with the agreement that you have on those certain revenues. You'll then see the agency low and high for the DRA for their revenue sources. And in addition, there'll be a new sheet in the packet. It's going to look like this, and I'll pass it around. I did it quickly during the lunch break, so I think it's all right, but I need to just want to double check it. But just want to show you what happens with the information that DRA gave you. So I'll probably clean it up a little bit more, but basically you can see with the business taxes, the DRA gave you their low and high for 23, and then they reduced that by the impacts of the tax law changes that haven't been considered to give you a new kind of net revenue for the business tax. Again, a range, the high low. That number is then carried up into 24. So you'll see that 1219.5 is the low for 24, and 1282.2 is the high at 2%, because I'm taking the 1257.1, increasing that by 102%. So that creates that range. And from that, you're going to take away the $25 million and come up with what would be your net revenue. That's different than when you go down to meals and rooms. You have the 423.9, 455.5 as your low and high, and then it stays at 0% and grows by 5%. You'll see that on row 11, there's that transfer. That number is subtracted after you do your growth, because that's a transfer of the gross revenue to come up with your new net revenue. Unlike the business tax, where that's a change, it's going to change the revenue going forward. And that happens for the real estate transfer, and the interest and dividends is the same as the business, where you're decreasing the amount of revenue, so you're accounting for that compounding effect by taking the lower base after you've netted out the tax law changes. So this sheet will be included in the worksheet next time you get the worksheet sent to you, so that you will at least have that information. You can kind of look at that. I'll send you the Excel so you can tweak in that if you have ideas or thoughts you want to come up with. So when we come back on the 27th and 28th, I think this is when it's going to get a little bit more challenging than you saw today, because it's going to be, members are going to have their own ideas on what they think should be the best place to land. And remember, these are ranges that the DRA provided. It does not mean the committee has to stay in that range. If there's reasons why the committee believes it should be higher or lower than a range, that's perfectly acceptable. There's nothing binding about these ranges. That it's to help the committee get a starting point.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We got some good work done today, but obviously we have a lot more to do, and we're going to really try to get it done February 27th and 28th, and then on March 1st, hopefully be able to put it all together for a formal House resolution. Yes, Representative Ames.
Yeah, and Representative Almy may know the answer to this, but, and Chris, surely you know, but for the resolution, is it the number before transfers that goes into the resolution or after? And I'm talking about transfers to, in the meals and rentals to the two.
It'd be the after number.
Is the after the transfers.
Right.
But is our job to figure that transfer number, or?
No,
It is?
no, your job is to come up with what you believe is the estimate that is the correct estimate. So just say, I just started packing up, so I moved my sheet. Anyways, just say that with the meals and rooms, you pick a midpoint between the range.
Yeah.
That we would adjust that deduction to that midpoint to come up with what your net revenue would be. So you're going, so in the resolution, that's what you would have is the net revenue, because it's going to be removed anyways.
Right.
It's not going to be something that can be spent by the finance committee on the operating
So
budget.
it's really, we do figure the gross, if you will, the gross number, and then there's a mathematical calculation that would
Right.
get down to the net number.
Right. I mean, it's easy with RET because it's a $5 million deduction.
Right.
It's a little bit more complicated with the meals and rooms because you got the transfer to the municipal revenue fund as well as the school building aid piece. So those both got to be considered. Fortunately, Lindsay had told me at the start of today, they have a little cheat sheet that she'll send me to help me with that in terms of the calculation.
Good.
And we really need to do that so that in addition to getting the revenue right, in the agency's recommended budget to the governor, the treasurer had included the municipal revenue piece as other revenue. So we'll need to make sure that appropriation's correct as well, if
Then
it
you-
stays in the operating budget.
On another one, the business enterprise tax and the business profits tax, you're going to do a calculation. We're going to be estimating the gross, and you're going to divide it out.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So you'll see one of the last worksheets I do for you will be the split between the education trust fund and the general fund. So you'll see the BET, BPT being split. Today I mentioned that the governor has, and you all were aware that the governor is recommending repealing the CST. Another thing the governor is recommending is how to do the education trust fund, general fund split for the business taxes. It's basically taking 35% of the total collected and depositing that into the education trust fund versus the method that's used now, which directs a portion of the rate collected into the education trust fund. So for instance, the BET is set at 0.55%. 0.5% goes to the education trust fund, 0.05% goes to the general fund. So there's a little bit more complication involved with doing the split. The business profits at 7.5, 6% of that goes to the general fund of the rate collected, and 1.5% of the rate is attributed goes to the education trust fund. Changing it to a flat percent after gross would make it easier for everybody involved. But that's reflected in his splits. I'll give you current, what it would be under current law, and then we would make, if the House were to accept that recommendation, there'd be a negative adjustment or an adjustment to move money into the right buckets if it needed to.
Representative Almy.
Yeah, just so that the new people know, on when the general fund when the education trust fund is in deficit, which for quite a long time it was, the general fund is obligated to send money over to it. But when the education trust fund is in surplus, the budgeters can lapse the surplus to the general fund to pay for things. So there isn't a real legal split between those two. And we always wanted to combine them back again, but the optics weren't very good for that.
Some people did.
Some of us
People did
did.
not.
Yeah, well,
I see people squirming in their seats because we did say 2:30. So we will end. I will tell you, in addition to the 27th, 28th, and March 1st, plan ahead to March 7th and March 8th. March 7th, we will hopefully hear the remaining bill or two that we have. I think both of those would be second committee bills. And we will try to do work sessions on 3 bills that I think we want to talk a lot about more, which is, one was House Bill 450, Mr. Schamberg's bill, which has to do with net operating loss. Another has to do with Representative Doucette's bill. He's gone, which is the charitable gaming bill. And the third would be House Bill 486, reciprocal toll collection. So we'll allocate some committee work session time to talk about those again and see what we might want to do. And then on the 8th, we'll try to exec as many bills as we can, because then we're starting to get really close to deadlines. But first and foremost, we want to get through these revenue estimates. So take the time, folks, to read through your presentations, talk to, kind of educate yourself, think about where you are on things so that on the 27th, you're prepared with your questions and comments, and hopefully we can come to a great consensus. Yes. I don't know. Right. Yeah, I just wanted to get done as much as we could, because just in case we have some bills that, we need to amend it, we need to think about it, I just wanted to give us a little wiggle room there. I would expect that we would have session more 21st, 22nd, 23rd of March, because everyone's up against that hard deadline of March 16th. right? So all the committees are going to be getting all of their work done by then. So it'll be in the next week's calendar, which is usually a solid 2 days. So I'm thinking if we can stay to this schedule, we'll be in really nice shape. We'll have our revenues done. We'll have our bill hearings done. We'll exec as much as we can. I think we'd be in really good shape. Yes, Representative Almy.
Yes, I'm trying to remember whether we looked at the February revenues after we'd sent the first revenue estimates to the finance committee, and if there seemed to be anything significant, sent them on to the finance committee so they had a little bit more or less wiggle room.
Yeah, Representative Almy's mentioning that, if we find out after we finally get the February revenues, which wouldn't be until mid-March, we could maybe talk to finance and update our resolution. But, again, we have to give them something. And every month we're going to want more data and we will get it. But we have to give them something to start with. So March 1st is our day. Thank you all. Have a great, great long weekend.